Mr. Mayor, we're now live.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'll just open with these, due to the COVID-19 emergency declaration, this meeting of Ajax Council is being held electronically and live streamed on the town's website. All members of council in attendance are participating by audio and video teleconference, and senior town staff are available throughout the meeting if council members have any questions on the agenda. For members of the public watching from home, please bear with us if we encounter any technical difficulties throughout the meeting. So I'll now call this meeting to order. Land acknowledgement. I'd like to begin this meeting by acknowledging that the land on which we gather is situated within the traditional and treaty territory of the Mississaugas of Scugog Island and the Chippewas of the Anishinaabeg, known today as the Williams Treaties First Nation. This place is and will continue to be home to Indigenous peoples. Please let us move forward together with kindness and respect. Does any member of council have any disclosure of pecuniary interest? Hearing none, moving on to bylaws. We have a bylaw to enable electronic participation at meetings, moved by Councillor Tyler Moore and second by Councillor Khan. The bylaw number 27-2020 be read a first, second, and third time and passed. This is the bylaw to update our current, now that the province has allowed electronic attendance of meetings to continue even after the state of emergency has been lifted. So any questions or comments on bylaws? Hearing none, those in favor?
Sorry, Mayor, very quick question.
Okay,
Through the chair. So as far as this bylaw is concerned, are we saying that even if we were to call back council to the chambers, if a councillor doesn't feel ready or willing or able, they're able to participate virtually while the other councillors go back to the chambers?
absolutely.
Okay, just want to clarify. Thank you.
We did have this provision before, but it was only for special meetings. It was not for regular. So we can now, and you still had that quorum in the room physically. Now they've removed that quorum stipulation and the special meeting stipulation, I believe. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay. Any other questions?
No.
Seeing no hands, those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing no hands, that's carried. Over there. I have an item here, a motion to suspend the rules of procedure. I have moved by Councillor Bauer, seconded by Councillor Khan, that the rules of procedure be suspended in order to introduce a closed session item without notice pertaining to a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality. Now, since this is a special meeting, this requires unanimous consent. So all in favor of adding an item to the closed session? Any opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to adoption of the minutes for the regular meeting of June 15, 2020, moved by Councillor Crawford, second by Councillor Dyes, that the minutes of the regular meeting of council held on June 15, 2020 be adopted. Any questions or comments on the minutes? Hearing none, those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. And moving on to the adoption of the minutes of the special meeting of June 29, 2020, moved by Councillor Bauer, second by Councillor Lee, that the minutes of the special meeting of council held on June 29, 2020 be adopted. Question or comments on the minutes? Hearing none, those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. Question period. I've been advised by the clerk before the meeting that no member of the council or no member of the public has issued or has put out any questions or any delegations to speak. So there are no questions in question period. Moving down to On to delegations. We have 3 delegations tonight. The first, 6.1, draft Carruthers Creek Watershed Plan, TRCA overview, and I believe our acting director of planning, Jeff Romanowski, wanted to introduce the speakers today. Mr. Romanowski?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Collier. I will do a brief introduction of who's presenting this evening. So thank you again. Tonight we have representatives from the TRCA and the region to provide this educational presentation on work that's been completed to date on the draft Carruthers Creek Watershed Plan, and to help answer any questions that council may have. Providing the presentation, we have Tony Morris, Project Manager for Watershed Planning and Reporting for the Toronto and Region Conservation Authority, and Laura Del Gucci, Senior Manager of Watershed Planning and Reporting. And to help with any questions, we also have Cameron Richardson from the TRCA, Senior Project Manager for the Duffins, Carruthers, Petticoat, and Rouge Watersheds, Steve Heichert, Associate Director for Planning and Development Planning and Permits, Samir Dalla, Director of Development and Engineering Services for the TRCA. And from the region, we have Gary Mueller, Director of Planning from the region, and Brian Bridgman, the Commissioner of Planning and Economic Development from the region of Durham. So I'll turn it over to Tony Morris to walk us through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Tony Morris, and I'm a project manager for watershed planning and reporting at TRCA, and I've been one of the staff involved in the development of the Carruthers Creek Watershed Plan. The development of the Carruthers Creek Watershed Plan has been a collaborative effort broken into roughly 3 stages: the watershed characterization, otherwise known as the existing conditions, scenario modeling, and the development of the management framework. Public and stakeholder engagement occurred throughout these stages. In addition to the draft Carruthers Creek Watershed Plan that was released earlier this year, a series of peer-reviewed technical reports for watershed characterization and scenario analysis were completed and are also publicly available via TRCA's project webpage. Initially, as part of the 90-day public review, TRCA had intended to host an open house on April 30th, which was postponed due to COVID-19. At the April 8th special meeting of Regional Council, it was decided that the public review would be paused until meaningful consultation could occur. The draft Carruthers Creek Watershed Plan is organized into 9 sections. For the purposes of this presentation, I'm going to focus on the findings and conclusions of sections 3 to 5 as the key sections of the plan. Those being what we know about current issues in the watershed, what we can predict about potential future conditions, and the management framework for protecting, enhancing, and restoring the watershed. In terms of the existing watershed conditions, TRCA identified 4 key issues. The first issue is with the water resource system, which is made up of all the groundwater and surface water features and areas like springs, streams, and wetlands that are needed to sustain ecosystems and human water supplies. Fish and aquatic ecosystem indicators demonstrate a poor rating in the watershed currently. There are also issues with in-stream barriers affecting habitat connectivity and drainage feature alteration. The natural heritage system, which is made up of the natural features in areas such as forests and meadows, which are necessary to maintain biodiversity and healthy ecosystems. Approximately 25% of the watershed currently consists of natural cover, which is down from 28% in 1999. Current habitat conditions are poor overall because they tend to be small, linear in shape, and surrounded by urban land uses. In terms of water quality, the headwaters contain elevated concentrations of total phosphorus, E. coli, and total suspended solids. Chloride levels regularly exceed the threshold for the protection of aquatic life in the reaches of Carruthers Creek with urban influences. For natural hazards, the lower part of Carruthers Creek in the town of Ajax is a flood vulnerable cluster, which means that there are existing flood risks in this area. In terms of future watershed conditions, an effective way to assess how a watershed will respond to potential future change is to compare several alternative scenarios, each reflecting a different composition of possible land use conditions. In this way, land use scenario analysis is used as a tool to compare how possible future land uses might add to existing pressures on the natural system and how these pressures might affect watershed health. 3 potential future land use scenarios were analyzed as part of this watershed planning process. It is important to note that scenario analysis does not result in decisions about the type and configuration of land uses. Instead, scenario analysis helps to inform decisions through the municipal planning process. It is the responsibility of the applicable municipality to determine the ultimate land use configuration of any future changes within the watershed. Scenario 1 is basically identifying the approved official plans and land use changes up to 2031. Scenario 2 adds the Enhanced Natural Heritage System, which TRCA developed to address the issue of low natural cover and build resilience into the system due to climate change. Scenario 3 includes the Enhanced Natural Heritage System, but assumes development in the headwaters of Carruthers Creek. Scenario 3 did not include specific details on the type and configuration of land uses, but instead made assumptions about this based on typical urbanization patterns. Scenarios 2 and 3 are useful in that they test the effectiveness of the Enhanced Natural Heritage System in mitigating existing and potential future impacts of land use changes. To communicate the results of the scenario analysis, TRCA presented the 4 key issues identified in the existing watershed conditions by percent change across the 3 scenarios. Scenario 1 is compared to current conditions, while scenarios 2 and 3 are compared to scenario 1. In terms of the water resource system, change is based on a change to impervious cover. Urbanization prevents water from seeping into the ground and feeding streams, affecting fish and their habitat. Thus, impervious cover represents a good metric for determining potential impacts to aquatic health. The Natural Heritage System change is an equally weighted average of total natural cover and habitat quality. This component demonstrates that the proposed Enhanced Natural Heritage System has noticeable benefits for the watershed under both scenarios 2 and 3. For water quality, the main message is that some parameters like total suspended solids would go up with urbanization, while others like phosphorus may go down. Natural hazards is based on the regional storm, otherwise known as the Hurricane Hazel event, averaged over a point at Shoal Point Road and Taunton Road. For scenario 3, this represents a potential significant increase in flood risk. It is important to note that the flood modeling completed as part of this watershed planning exercise did not factor in potential mitigation measures like modern stormwater infrastructure. To address this, TRCA included a series of management recommendations, which will shortly be discussed, on what would be needed to mitigate this flood risk. TRCA recognizes that there has been some misunderstanding of this conclusion related to the natural hazard component of scenario analysis. To be clear, the 77% change of flood risk for natural hazards under scenario 3 is unmitigated, which is why it's important to appropriately implement the management framework as envisioned in the Carruthers Creek Watershed Plan. The Carruthers Creek Watershed Plan does not state that development in the headwaters of Carruthers Creek should not proceed. The management framework was developed in collaboration with the Region of Durham, Town of Ajax, and City of Pickering. The figure on this slide introduces the management framework. The management framework for the Carruthers Creek Watershed Plan consists of 3 goals and their associated objectives and indicators. The indicators will be used to assess progress on plan implementation. Under each objective are management recommendations directed at the appropriate municipality, TRCA, or both, that are necessary to achieve the goals of the plan. Additionally, subsection 5.4 of the Carruthers Creek Watershed Plan pulls the management recommendations that are most relevant to potential development in the headwaters of Carruthers Creek as a quick reference. For the purposes of this presentation, I'm going to provide an overview of a few key recommendations. One of the goal areas is related to the water resource system. Adequately protecting the features and areas that comprise the water resource system are a key recommendation of the plan, including explicitly recognizing the importance of this system through planning decisions. This includes assessing existing policies, guidelines, and standards related to the protection and the quality and quantity of water, and implementing the appropriate mitigation measures in important water resource system areas. As part of this watershed plan, TRCA developed a proposed enhanced natural heritage system consisting of existing natural cover areas and potential natural cover areas that could be restored. This system is designed to move towards the minimum target for natural cover as established in TRCA's Terrestrial Natural Heritage System Strategy and Environment and Climate Change Canada's How Much Habitat is Enough. This recommended natural heritage system achieves approximately 36% natural cover across the watershed and is intended to achieve long-term ecosystem resilience to future land use change and climate change. The management recommendation shown here recognizes that the exact configuration and size of the natural heritage system could fluctuate through municipal planning, but should be consistent with the goals and objectives of this plan. Essentially, these recommendations clarify the additional studies that would be necessary prior to any decisions on development in the headwaters, once more information is available on the potential scope and configuration of any proposed development. This includes the need for a hydraulic assessment to determine if the proposed development would have a significant impact on the flow of water through the watershed, thereby increasing flood risk. Additionally, reopening or initiating a new environmental assessment on the appropriate mitigation measures for the flood vulnerable cluster in the town of Ajax would be needed. The key things to consider are that any development would need to demonstrate how the water resource system and natural heritage systems will be protected, and that there will be no negative or adverse downstream effects, in other words, flooding. And now if there's any questions, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Laura Gilguidice, Senior Manager, Watershed Planning and Reporting.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. Any members of the council have any questions on the presentation? Councilor Callamore.
Thank you for your presentation. Extremely thorough. Do you have the endorsement, the blessing of the Minister of the Environment on your report, specifically for our backyard, our lovely area of the world? Is that person tapped in? Is the minister tapped in? And did they give you endorsement? And how is that?
Mr. Morris.
Sorry, Laura, are you there? Or I can feel it too. We're actually
sorry about that. I was muted. Good evening, everyone. Mayor Collier. I would like to respond to that, and if anyone else from TRCA would like to respond as well, please feel free to jump in. So the Carruthers Watershed Plan is currently under public review, so it's out for public review, as you know. And we are in the process of receiving comments from anyone who would like to provide a comment. Through the process of developing the watershed plan, we have connected in with some of our ministry representatives at MECP and others, but we have not, as far as I understand, connected in with the minister himself, other than some recent correspondence on the issue around the ministerial zoning order.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from members of council?
Councillor Dies.
Thank Joanne, just one sec.
Sure.
Mr. Clerk, when I'm looking at my screen here, I'm seeing all of the non-video people. I need to be able to see just the council members. Can you make that adjustment at your end to only show those with video? Or I can't figure out how to do it on my end.
Mr. Mayor, you would need to hide non-video participants.
Okay, let me see if I can find that. And do you know, where is that?
If you click the triple dot next to your box, you should see hide non-video participants.
I've had this before, hide self-view. Yeah, I don't have that. I've had this before, but I don't have this in this case. So you know what, if I ask members of council, if I ask and I don't recognize you right away, just mention your name because obviously I can't see you. So Councillor Dies, you were next, I believe.
Thank you very much. Just had a question about when you were discussing the stream barriers. What type of barriers are you referring to? Just so we have a sort of a visual.
Yeah, so again, through you, Mayor Collier, in response to the question, thank you for the question, Councillor Dies. What we're referring to when we talk about barriers, we mean aquatic barriers. And what I mean by that is barriers to fish passage. So in order for fish to complete their life cycles, they need to move across the stream to access nursery grounds and feeding grounds and other places within the stream watercourse in order to complete their life cycle. So what a barrier to movement would be something like a culvert that might be what we call as perched. So the bottom of the culvert on the downstream end may be above the stream channel. So fish are not able to navigate through that culvert in order to get upstream. Another example might be a dam. So what we often institute or we try to advocate for at TRCA is what we call fish bypass channels that allow fish to move up and around dams so that they can, as I said, complete their life cycles and move about the water course as they need to.
So my understanding too is that temperature of the water also affects the aquatic life in the creek.
Yeah, that's correct. So Carruthers in particular is considered to be a cool water course. And that, there are groundwater contribution. Groundwater tends to be much cooler than other types of surface water. And that is important for, in the Carruthers example, for a species of endangered fish called red-side dace. So red-side dace require cool, clean water because they're visual feeders, and they actually require to be able to see the insect prey that they eat and jump out of the water to capture them. So they need to have that visual cue. So both the temperature and the clarity of the water are important for that species.
So then hence the recommendation for more tree coverage.
Yeah, so trees help with a number of things, including regulating stream temperatures along riparian zones, but also helping to balance the amount of water that's moving through the system.
So just one last question, if I may. With respect to Carruthers, my understanding was they always spoke to it as being a small watershed that really couldn't absorb a lot of water if we had a really huge storm. Can you sort of give us an idea of how it's different than, say, to Duffins Creek? And why, obviously we're downstream and we're at the lowest part of the land here in Ajax, so it's historically always had flooding. But why can it not absorb as much water as others?
Yeah, so the watershed is very narrow and kind of linear. So any response to impervious cover would be kind of enhanced downstream, and there's less opportunity for the water that's falling within the watershed to be absorbed by the land because of that linear shape, which is a little bit different from the neighboring watershed, the Duffins. I don't know if Samir has any additional comments that he'd like to address on that question.
Sure. This is Samir Dalla, Director of Development and Engineering Services at TRCA. Thanks for the question, and through the Mayor, I think Laura pointed to the main issues with respect to flooding and the fact that the watershed is linear and small. The other issue is because it's a small watershed, once you introduce development into it, then you're increasing the impervious area substantially because the watershed's small on its own. So for example, if you have a 20-hectare development in an undeveloped area, you're increasing the impervious amount a lot more than you would have in a larger watershed where you have a 20-hectare development. And because of the linear nature of the water course and the fact that impervious areas change the water balance, so water, rather than evaporating and infiltrating into the ground, directly run off into the water course very fast, you really see that increase in flow in the river, and you see that with the imperviousness. So it's a more direct response.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I've got this figured out now so I can see everybody. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair to the TRCA, have you been able to quantify the cost of what happens if this MZO passes and there are no built-in protections for Carruthers?
So through the mayor, looking at the cost implications of the development was not within the scope of what we were tasked with for the watershed plan. It was really to focus on the science and what the science would say. That's really our area of expertise. So I think the process of determining the potential financial implications of any future development might have to fall outside of the watershed plan itself.
That's fair. Can you go back a few slides to the different scenarios? So just using, using the mouse pointer as an example, we talk about flooding, we talk about how it's going to impact Ajax, but I think a lot of people don't really understand how much it's going to impact Ajax. So just like using your pointer on either 1, 2, or 3 of the map of Ajax, can you kind of point out what areas would be the most affected by flooding should we not be able to protect the Carruthers?
So through you again, Mayor Collier, the analysis that looks at the specifics of how floodlines might increase was again not within the scope of our study. We only looked at the implication from a percent change in the amount of flooding that and how much peak flows might increase with the scenario looking at potential future development within the headwaters. So the identification of new floodlines or changing floodlines would have to come after the fact. And I'm going to pass it over to Samir. He might have some additional information to provide. Sure,
thank you. Through the chair. So if you look at the 3 scenarios, and the lower end is the flood vulnerable area. If you could see the legend there, it's the blue area. Right. So that's the existing flood vulnerable area. So I should clarify this, what you see in all 3 figures is the same flood vulnerable area because that's based on existing conditions, the floodplain, the flooding area that would occur during Hurricane Hazel. So what would happen is that the flow would increase if you develop in scenario 3. And it would increase substantially. So in that lower area, the modeling shows an increase of approximately 44%. Now the 77% I believe you saw earlier was more of an average throughout the watershed, but in that flood vulnerable area, we would see an increase of 44% in the flow during Hurricane Hazel. We need now, through future studies, to take that flow and see how it affects the actual floodplain, so the extents of the flooding. So we still need to do that study, but that is a substantial increase in flow. So we would expect an increase in flooding in that blue area.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Because I mean, obviously, the average person doesn't really understand what the Carruthers Creek Watershed Plan is and what these maps mean. But I think they understand what flooding means to their properties and to their general life, day to day. My next question is, how long was this draft of the Watershed Plan? How long did it take, and how many people did it take from the TRCA?
Thank you for that question. I believe we started this process in 2015. At that point, we were in the process of filling some of the data gaps because we didn't have all the information that we needed in order to undertake the characterization phase, which was essentially the first phase. But there's quite a substantial amount of technical staff that have been involved in the development of this plan. I would say there was probably 30 plus staff involved in some capacity, many of them contributing to the development of those characterization reports, as well as the technical reports, and undertaking a lot of the monitoring. So it's quite an effort to undertake these studies, and quite a lot of really helpful and useful science is generated as part of this process. And as we study the watershed, we learn so much more about it and how it functions and what's needed to protect it.
Right. And then ultimately with this MZO, should it be approved by the minister, that would, in a sense, bypass 5 years science and 30 somewhat people's work, because they don't have to follow any of the suggestions. Am I correct in interpreting the MZO like that?
Yeah, well, I guess we're not entirely sure what the process will be with this MZO. We have informed the minister, both Minister Clark, the ministers about our position on it, and we would prefer rather to see this MCR process unfold as it was originally intended. But we will continue to be a resource to municipal and provincial staff as they consider this process and whether to grant the request.
Great. And now my last question is, through the entire TRCA, have you seen an MZO request? I mean, they are relatively new, so I mean, I think I know the answer, but have we seen an MZO request of the magnitude of the one that Pickering is currently suggesting?
And Laura, hi, it's John McKenzie speaking. I'm the CEO of TRCA, and maybe just we have dealt with a number of MZO requests, but nothing of this scale. The second largest one was in Vaughan, and it related to a large employment user that was on approximately 100 acres of land. So that is the next largest one that we've been informed of, or that we've been involved in to date so far throughout our jurisdiction, if that's helpful.
That is incredibly helpful in that the size of the MZO is somewhat unprecedented, which is why ultimately Ajax is creating the noise we're creating, because this has not been done before. And it, again, throws away 5 years of science and additional science that we haven't even begun to look into. And that's why I think we have concerns. So thank you, Chair, and thank you for the TRCA for answering my questions.
Any other questions from members of council? Okay, I have a couple, and just to Councillor Lee, to your first point about the asking about it. To be fair, I think the MZO request came after this draft was released for public, so it wouldn't have been something they've been looking at because it came out after the fact. But just to Mr. Morris's presentation, and I think it was on your a couple of slides in from here, you were talking about modern stormwater infrastructure. And this might be I'm not sure if you're a planner, but it might be a planner question. I wonder, isn't modern stormwater infrastructure part of any development approval system these days?
Hi, Tony. It's Samir here. I could answer that question. So modern stormwater is a requirement of all new development. What's interesting for this development is because of the linear nature of this water course, typical development when applying stormwater controls and modern stormwater management look up to the 100-year storm to provide treatment for the stormwater. So post to pre-development controls typically to the 100-year. What we're seeing here is an increase in regional flows, so flows to the Hurricane Hazel storm. And that type of increase is it's a new concept. We haven't seen that type of increase in other areas. So a full suite of stormwater controls would have to, as you would with any new developments, which normally, again, provides treatment to the 100-year storm. But on top of that, you would also have to consider what we call managing the regulatory storm, Hurricane Hazel. And there's a number of options to do that, which is not normally done. And those options could include conventional ponds, which is holding back the water, attenuating the flows. You could look through the water system, increasing conveyance, so increasing the streams, for example, the ability for the streams to convey the water, or you could even look at introducing structural measures or measures that prevent the water from flooding, like berms or dikes. So in a nutshell, modern stormwater would be looked at any new development, as you indicated. However, for this particular area, we would also have to layer regional storm controls, which is not typical.
Okay, I asked that because we proactively, as a municipality, did our own EA, I think it was in 2012, and identified several mitigation measures to remedy downstream flooding. And I just wonder if modern stormwater infrastructure is part of the normal process, why that wouldn't be included in your outcome, why your scenario 3, for instance, is unmitigated. I mean, anything to me, I would think unmitigated would contribute more water flow, but knowing that nothing is going to be done unmitigated, I just question why you didn't factor that in. Like even which was it? The regional storms, even if that was factored in, this would affect these numbers, would it not?
Absolutely.
Well, it would. That's why I'm asking why it wasn't done, knowing that it would have to be part of any proposal.
Yeah, and I will ask the planners to chime in after this, but essentially, when you're dealing with stormwater controls and how they are developed through the land use, you need better detail. You need to have a better understanding of what the land use looks like and how it is distributed through the landscape. So through the scope of the study, we just looked at a broad range of in scenario 3, but we didn't have the specific details of the types of mitigation and where to apply the mitigation. So again, that's a further study that's recommended from this plan, is to develop a mitigation scenario. But what is of utmost importance is really looking at Hurricane Hazel, which is a new concept, and we need to work closely with the province as well on developing solutions, because it's not only looking at the land, but it's looking at the full watershed to determine appropriate solution for this. So it is additional study that was out of scope for this assignment.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much. Any other questions? Councilor Dice?
Yes, just one question that popped up when you were talking about Hurricane Hazel and the 100-year storm. And I know we've discussed this at TRCA previously, but some people, I mean, I think the average person thinks that, oh, it only happens every 100 years or once every 50 years, whatever. But actually, isn't there a different kind of indicator that helps people understand how much water you get during those storms? So it could happen more frequently.
It is happening more frequently.
It's not a time frame.
Yeah. What's happening? I mean, that's the indicator we have, and we do hydrology, which was a component of the study to really measure the flow and give it a volume in meters cubed per second. But it's true, we are seeing more frequent, intense, short duration storms, which are quite flashy and have caused flooding. Again, these are statistical methodologies used, and that's why we look at the 2 to 100 year, the probability of occurrence of that storm. But Hurricane Hazel is not a probability of occurrence. It's actually a real storm that occurred in the past. So we're actually applying in Ontario 2 different methodologies when looking at storms through the hydrology analysis here.
So we don't take into consideration the amount of water that we get during that storm.
Yeah.
So what would it be, like a foot or 2 feet or 1 story?
Yeah, so we have all those numbers. It's very detailed throughout the watershed. So we have not only do we model the impacts of the development, we have instrumentation throughout the watershed. We have rain gauges that measure precipitation. We have stream gauges that measure flow. And developing these numbers and these percentages you see here on the screen, we actually take these complex hydrologic models, We take the measurement of rainfall from real life storms that have occurred over the past 10 years. We take flow measurements and we calibrate and build these models and then test different probabilities of occurrence, which is the 100-year, the 50-year, the 25-year. So real data actually is utilized in building these models.
Thank you.
Further? Being none, thank you very much, everybody from TRC and the region for your presentation. Very much appreciated. Moving on to our next presentation. We have Economic Development, COVID-19 Recovery and Growth Work Plan. Don Terry, Interim Manager of Economic Development. Don, whenever you're ready.
I think I have volume, but I think staff have to allow my video to appear if they want to. Can you hear me, Sean?
Yeah, we can hear you and the video is up.
There we go. All right, perfect. Good evening. I'm pleased to join you tonight to share our COVID-19 business recovery and growth plan. The pandemic has dramatically impacted our business community, with all but essential businesses closed for about 4 months. As our Ajax business community enters into recovery stage, economic development will continue to provide support and guidance to assist them with recovery and growth of their businesses. We will work collaboratively with our counterparts as members of the Durham Economic Task Force to continue delivering urgently needed information, support, and resources to our business community to help them get through this unprecedented time. We will advocate for the needs of local business community to regional, provincial, and federal governments, provide resources about business supports from different government levels, and provide direct support to guide small businesses through the process of accessing emergency financial assistance. Economic development will reach out to businesses of all sizes and sectors in Ajax to ask about their status, how they are managing, what their business will look like coming out of COVID-19, and what supports they would like to see the town of Ajax consider providing. Economic development will work with other town staff and departments to identify and implement streamlining of processes or introduction of new business supports. The economic department's efforts will represent the town of Ajax's value and care for our business community. At the same time, economic development will strive to identify changes for our business community, as well as prioritize new opportunities in the wake of COVID-19. Standing still means being left behind, and economic development wants to ensure that we innovate and lead as per the direction of the town's strategic plan. We're calling this plan our 2020 focus, because business recovery and growth activities will be the focus of economic development. Tonight, I want to highlight 20 of the initiatives we will be delivering. I'm going to start, though, by recognizing the remarkable work that's being delivered by our Durham Economic Task Force. As one of the 8 municipal economic development teams, we actively participate in regular meetings of the task force and their undertakings. Just a few of the initiatives to date include 3 business surveys to drive the direction of our collaborative response strategies, emergency loans to chambers and boards of trade across the region, tax deferrals, water and sewer bill deferrals, digital sector roundtables called the Durham Business Recovery Series, an online intake form and a 1-800 number for businesses looking for live one-on-one assistance, and a development of a compliance checklist for the mandatory mask order, along with a workplace policy template for use of commercial businesses. During a crisis and time of upheaval, it's imperative not only to lead, but also to be seen to be leading. Economic development has begun stepping up our communications game to ensure Ajax businesses know that they can count on the town to provide them with the most current and relevant information they need to recover and grow. We are also working on establishing open, transparent, two-way communication relationships with our local businesses and business support organizations. One of our first initiatives was to create a dedicated COVID-19 webpage that provides timely resources and links to various government guidelines and supports. It's a place for sharing Ajax-specific news and business success stories. It's a place where town policies, processes, and programs for business can be found. We've also begun multiple daily posts to our Twitter and LinkedIn accounts, along with interactions with strategic partner posts. And we are posting 2 Ajax Advantage blogs per week. The posts are helping to share valuable information and drive traffic to our website where more valuable information is available. Finally, we've begun listing business support events offered by ourselves and our community partners to an online events calendar. Rediscover the Downtowns of Durham is a project intended to promote the small businesses of our downtowns and help them recover. It's a collaboration with the Economic Development and Tourism Division of Durham Region and 13 business improvement areas across the region, including our own downtown Ajax BIA and Pickering Village BIA. A website has been launched to tell the stories of our downtowns, provide a directory of businesses and links to businesses' websites. A video has also been released showcasing the 13 downtowns across our region. Still more stories and business directory information can be added to the individual downtown pages, and we will encourage all of our BIA businesses to take advantage of this opportunity. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the importance of having an online presence, not just now, but in the future too. Numerous studies are indicating that large amounts of consumers will still want to continue making purchases online. So we are encouraging businesses who don't yet have an online presence to take advantage of free support made available through Digital Main Street's Shop Here program. The program is available to small, independent businesses, not-for-profits, and artists. Our Durham Economic Task Force is also collaborating to arrange and deliver other digital and e-commerce support services, which will be announced in the coming days and weeks. The town's launching of a fast-tracked patio permit program is a success story initiated by town staff recognizing a business need and identifying opportunity to cut red tape and costs in support of our Ajax residents or Ajax restaurants. The limited time program allows local restaurants to boost their seating capacity with new or expanded outdoor seating while recovering from the impacts of COVID-19. Permits issued under this program will be valid until October 30th of this year. All fees were waived for applicants, saving businesses an average of $2,750 in fees, and applications have been processed within 24 to 48 hours of submission. To date, 21 restaurants have successfully applied and are serving customers on their new or expanded patios. I visited or talked on the telephone to some of the restaurant owners and staff. They have all told me that this initiative has made a real difference for them. The initiative to temporarily relax the rules for portable sign limits for the remainder of this year is another good example of town staff recognizing a way to help businesses. Changes include removing the maximum of 4 mobile sign permits per calendar year and increasing sign allowances for multi-tenant commercial plazas where safety and sight lines permit. Individual businesses remain limited to 1 mobile sign permit at a time. We're launching a new video initiative to let people know what's happening on various development sites in Ajax. Our plan is to shoot segments as soon as heavy equipment appears on site and at any other significant project milestones, so we can possibly answer community questions before they even get asked. We're calling this series ECD in 30. We will also be introducing a hashtag support local video clips to promote local business sectors and individual businesses. Watch for both of these series to start soon. Economic development is taking a two-pronged approach to reaching out to Ajax-based businesses to ask how they are managing the impacts of COVID-19 and explore opportunities for the town to support their recovery and growth. One-on-one phone calls and virtual meetings are being conducted with individual business representatives, and small group discussions are being set up for some business sectors to try to maximize our reach. All information gathered will either be immediately acted upon or contribute to longer-term responses and support for Ajax businesses. This is a key initiative to demonstrating the value and care we have for our businesses and will contribute to our ability to retain and expand existing businesses. Our Made for Ajax Support Local initiative is a multifaceted campaign to encourage residents to support local businesses as they reopen. This initiative will again demonstrate value in caring for our local businesses, increase local spending, and celebrate business innovation and success. Our Support Local social media campaign includes frequent posts on all Ajax social media channels, encouraging residents to support our local economy by shopping local. Blogs highlighting the merits of supporting local businesses, and sharing of business reopenings and milestone celebrations. Takeout Day is a national movement encouraging people to
Don's frozen to me. Is he frozen to you guys too?
Yeah. He'll come back. Oh, he's back. You're muted, Don. There you go.
Apologies. I'm not sure at what point I froze there, but we'll just wrap up with Takeout Day, which is a national movement. We're posting a blog and tweets encouraging Ajaxians to support our local restaurants if they can on Wednesdays. Next, many vacation plans have been upended by COVID-19, but we want people to know that although they can't travel around the world just now, they can enjoy food from around the world right here in our backyards. We're currently updating our online restaurant guide as a first step before launching this campaign. COVID-19 has dictated the need for a thorough review of the Innovation Village concept. We have begun consulting with industry experts, partners, and other internal and external stakeholders to understand the impacts of the pandemic on shared business spaces and innovation hubs, so we may fully understand how this concept can come to fruition. An Innovation Village business plan to support the concept of Innovation Village will be brought forth for consideration by Council during the winter session. At the same time, economic development will continue to leverage new and existing partnership opportunities with local post-secondary institutions and private businesses to keep developing our brand and culture for innovation and industry collaboration. Some of the more recent initiatives delivered include the Canadian Women in Cybersecurity Conference back on March the 10th, 2 AI for Ajax events on May the 5th, using AI and data to help your business rebound, and Just for Kids, Understanding COVID-19, and then the Cyber Exchange Conference, which was held on May 28th and 29th. We have 2 more AI for Ajax series scheduled for this summer. How to fund an AI project for your company on July 29th, and how to utilize an AI image recognition to improve customer experience on August the 19th. St. Francis Center has been converted into a first-of-its-kind virtual conference studio for the production of Cyber Exchange 2.0. We're proud to be the host and a partner for this virtual conference featuring television production values and cybersecurity leading experts. This global event will be held from August 10th to 14th. City Studio is a proven model of education and civic engagement that is developing tomorrow's leaders. Starting in Vancouver, the City Studio model is now used in 10 different municipalities across Canada and is coming to the region of Durham. Given very valuable opportunities to apply their skills, creativity, and entrepreneurial spirit to challenges facing communities. We are studying opportunities for partnership in a beneficial project. Up next, Ajax is a job skills and development program for young Ajax adults ages 18 to 29. The program includes mentoring and real-world experience to help participants stand out among other candidates in today's job market. The aim is to help participants take control of their future. The program is free for participants. COVID-19 has necessitated the moving of this year's Up Next Ajax program from the summer months to October. But this will allow time for us to pivot to a virtual program, which will accommodate safe physical distancing and may allow more participants than in the past. The timing will also work this year with more young people deciding not to begin their post-secondary programs or not returning to their post-secondary institutions due to COVID-19 impacts. Conversations are underway with past partners and new partners to determine curriculum, activities, and exact timing. We're really looking forward to sharing the names of our steering committee members soon. We have strong commitments from business community leaders, including at least one past graduate of Up Next Ajax. Although tourism is not a major focus for economic development during the business recovery phase, scanning for new opportunities and burgeoning trends to be seized upon in support of our restaurants, hotels, motels, and small businesses that have been hit hard will continue. Tourism within people's home community and the significant surge in the number of people riding bicycles are examples of new trends that can be leveraged. With that in mind, economic development has begun to promote our community's bike-friendly status with Ontario by Bike, along with our businesses that are bike-friendly certified and encouraging more businesses to get certified. Sorry, you have your hand up, Councillor Bauer?
No, that's I'm putting them down for questions after Don. Go ahead.
So sorry, Don.
That's okay.
That's for me, not you.
So we're encouraging other businesses to get certified as well. This is an example of recognizing a new trend and adapting to leverage it. This initiative also aligns well with the Discover Ajax by Bike campaign being led by Active Transportation. Potential future initiatives include having Pickering Village certified as a bike-friendly district, identifying and promoting cycling routes to shopping areas and attractions throughout our town, and developing cycling itineraries that offer ideas for cycling trips with stops at restaurants, shops, and attractions. For example, we might initiate a cycling date night in Pickering Village with discounts for customers arriving by bike. A 5-year economic development action plan is nearing completion with consultation currently underway with internal and external stakeholders to ensure it reflects current and near-term impacts of COVID-19 while meshing with the town of Ajax's strategic plan. I anticipate the Economic Development Action Plan will be brought forward to Council for their consideration during the fall session of Council. As I wrap up, I want to express my appreciation for our economic development team and staff from all other departments assisting with the development and delivery of our 2020 focus initiatives. And I want to thank the Mayor and Council for your support as well. We all appreciate that our local businesses are a key contributor to the strength, vitality, and future of our community. Our businesses give us so much: products and services, jobs, tax revenue, leadership and sponsorship of events and youth teams that make the town of Ajax such a great place to live. We all want to help our businesses in whatever ways possible. To borrow from a sport expression, we'll keep our heads on a swivel and keep our feet moving. We're all part of the economic development team, and we're all stronger together. Thank you. I'm happy to accept any of your comments or questions at this time.
Thank you, Don. I've seen a few hands go up. I've got on my list so far, Councilor Tyler Morin, Crawford, Khan, and Bauer. Councilor Tyler Morin, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Acting Manager Terry and your team for this presentation. And on a personal note, it's been great working with you over the last month or so. I have, and thanks for all the action items that I constantly seem to be giving you. And your responses to those have been excellent. So when we look at the Durham Economic Task Force, and can you speak to the webinars just quickly? How successful are those in so much that whenever I'm in on a webinar, I see lots of people like me there, but local businesses, because I have a follow-up question, but what are your thoughts on the webinars, and how is the buy-in, if you will, from local businesses?
I think early on, there was greater participation in them. I think overall, all of us have grown a little weary of Zoom calls and team up meetings and webinars and the flat experience of it, right? So the Durham Economic Task Force has started to slow down on those webinars and really try to focus on ones that are, there's lots of people offering to host webinars. What we want to do is be very specific now and very strategic in the ones that we schedule going forward.
Okay, so that segues in, if I may ask another question. Is it the goal of your ACT team and obviously the Durham Economic Task Force, the best thing to do is when you walk into a business, right? We know that, and you say, "Hi, I'm Councilor Tyler Morin, I'm Don Terry with Economic." They light up, right? And you hand them a card and you buy their product. And I don't know if that's an official goal of the task force of yours to get out physically to as many businesses, because a lot of them are busy, right? They're working 100 hours a week. They're trying to get it right. And when you walk in, you say, "Listen, we can offer X, Y, Z." So I think it's really important that would become part of the not so much the focus, but part of the agenda of the task force and all 8 municipalities, where we can actually physically walk in. Councillors do it every day. And offer them the information that you've set out, that like the 20 points, the 2020 focus, that's so valuable to them, but a lot of them don't know it.
Yeah, I think it's something that will naturally happen. I mean, I have been probably to 12 or 15 businesses myself in the last sort of 3 weeks, and it really does make a difference. I know it really surprises them. And they welcome that. Sometimes they're too busy to talk to you.
That's true.
To be blunt, I dropped in on one of the businesses on Friday that you and I have talked about, and they were really, really busy. So I'm going to go back again tomorrow when it's
That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
So it can be a bit of a hit and miss. So sometimes organizing the phone calls or the Zoom calls is a more efficient way. But I agree with you. It's definitely a mix of the two. And even the phone calls that I've made, and are often met somewhat with surprise that they're receiving a call from somebody at the town of Ajax, and it certainly is welcome, and it gives us an opportunity again to demonstrate that value that we have for them. But also we've been able to resolve some issues pretty immediately for them as well.
Yes, you have. Thank you, Don.
You're welcome. Thank
you. Next on my list, Councilor Crawford.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I just wanted to say how impressed I've been that you've been able to really pick up and kind of boots on and on the road and ready to go. So thank you very much. I don't think we've really missed a beat at this point. I did want to say I'm very pleased that Up Next Ajax is ready to go. In whatever format it can possibly happen. I think it's it has always been an amazing program. And I'm so pleased that Councillor Khan had a motion to bring it back into Ajax, and I'm so pleased that it's going to be back. So thank you very much. The patio bylaw, when Ryan Smokes from Smokes Poutineery was on the CyberX conference. This was in the spring, I think. He mentioned that restaurants, they're not going to recuperate in months. It's going to take years before they recuperate the loss of the last few months. For the patio bylaw, do we see that? I know it's temporary right now up until October. Do we see that there's plans for that to possibly be extended into next year? Do you see there any, I mean, next year, who knows, I guess, really what the rules are going to be as far as gatherings, and, you know, God help us if we ever have a second wave. And really, are businesses concerned about a second wave? Are they just so happy to be open at this point? Are they concerned at all about any future issues that might happen? Sorry, lots of questions.
Yeah, there's a lot, a lot in there to unpack, but I'll work on it, and you'll let me know if I missed any. I think, yeah, first of all, I wanted to say I'm really pleased that Up Next Ajax is back as well. I was a mentor at one of the first sessions, and you know, one of the young fellows that I was part of mentoring is now works for Durham College in community relations, and has really done very well. So he and others have really proved that that initiative is really successful. So I'm very pleased to see it come back as well. In terms of will the patios be extended? You know, that's a discussion that we'll have to have internally. I'm sure that there are likely, you know, I know that we were allowed to do it in part because of the province changed expectations and regulations to allow us to do that. But I think there certainly are, I think it's certainly an opportunity we would want to look at. And I think that some of them have done such a nice job of creating expanded or new patios that it would almost be a shame to see them be taken back. And we'll have an opportunity too between, say, you know, the end of this year, like the end of patio season this year and the startup of next year, to see how much vehicle traffic there continues to be to the plazas and the commercial settings, to see whether the removal of some of those parking spaces is a factor or not. So that's something we certainly will look at, and I think would want to consider, because again, it has been impactful for the restaurants who have been able to undertake it. In terms of the restaurants, my understanding in talking to a number of them is that really the restaurants that are open right now for takeout and curbside pickup, or who have been, are largely doing that as a community service and to stay engaged with the community. Very few of them are doing better, if at all, than breaking even. So, you know, they are very much concerned about a second wave. I think they're pleased to see the conservative approach that our town is taking, and that the medical officer of health is taking, with asking or mandating masks be worn into commercial settings. But at the same time, they are really just happy to be open again. And for the folks that have added patios, it has provided, I think, a significant psychological boost to them as well, to be able to interact with their customers again and feel that appreciation as well. I think I got all of them, but maybe not.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add that sadly with the patios, it's also been the hottest summer on record, consistent heat that you just die. Anyway, thank you. You did hit all of my questions. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. I'll just add that the province has been very receptive to any things that we brought forward, like, for instance, at the start of this meeting, continuing electronic meetings. So I'm sure if this is something that has worked out and really helped, and I would agree, I think they would probably be open-minded to revisiting. Next I have is Councillor Khan. But I've lost his video. Okay, I think he's dropped off for a second. I did see his video drop off. I haven't seen it back yet. We'll move on to next on the list, Councillor Bauer, and I'll come back to Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Don, for that excellent, very thorough presentation. Holy moly, you and your team have been very busy. Very much appreciated. I did want to say I had a comment and then I had a couple questions. So my comment is I think it was a couple of council meetings ago before you joined us where Rob and I, Councillor Tyler Morin and I had talked about a training program or some sort of outreach for our BIA businesses and the businesses in general in Ajax, reaching out to them, seeing what they wanted, how we could help them, etc. And I see in the report and your presentation that you have created that mechanism, and it's very similar to what I was hoping for. So thank you very much. I'm quite happy to see that happen. So you did mention the online intake form and the 1-800 number for businesses who want that one-on-one assistance. So can you talk about, has there been a lot of use of that option and what are they asking us for?
My understanding from regional staff is that there has not been a tremendous number of outreaches on that, but they're largely, the 1-800 number has not been used a lot. It's mostly the online requests. And the types of things that they're asking for are where to buy their PPE. And so both the region and then our department has been able to identify 3 or 4 businesses, Ajax-based businesses, that are manufacturing and or supplying PPE. So we've been able to provide that information both as people ask and proactively to them as well. And then we're getting some requests around also around the financial assistance that was available. And regional staff have some really great people that are able to walk businesses through that. I want to tell you too that also as part of the development of the rediscovered downtowns, the downtowns of Durham, in Ajax alone, I believe about 250 businesses have been reached out to and had conversations about participating in that program and just any other issues or changes they might have as well. So I would say in the last while, well over 300 for Ajax businesses have proactively been reached out to, either by our staff.
That's great. So yeah, I'm glad to hear that. So then following up with that is the Ajax business sessions, where you're doing all of that reaching out and online meetings and phone calls and sort of asking what we do. Can you share a couple of stories with us maybe of what's happening with that?
Sure. We primarily started off with dealing with the businesses that remain, the small businesses that remained open. So restaurants and of course golf courses were the first sort of activity-based businesses that were open. So we have I did reach out to Carruthers Creek golf course, and it was a really interesting discussion because they were quite pleased and happy to hear from me. They had actually just had a COVID-19 audit completed by the TSSA, and so that was very interesting news. And they had passed with flying colors, and welcomed it and welcomed anybody else who wanted to come and see the way they've set up, because our businesses, they want to protect themselves and their employees as well as their customers, and they also recognize that they have to operate safely or their business will be stopped again. So they were really happy to do that. That gave us an opportunity to talk to the other golf courses in Ajax and find out if they had an audit, or give them a heads up that an audit might be coming. So that was a good opportunity. From the golf courses, we're hearing that some great stories about the number of new golfers that are taking up the game for the first time, and also the number of grandparents who are golfing for the first time with their grandchildren who they haven't seen for months, but they golf together at a physical distance and share a sport that they both already love, or teach their grandchildren a new sport that they can enjoy together. We also had a conversation with a restaurant in North Ajax, who were their concern was that they didn't appear on Google Maps. Everything else was good, but so we were able to within an hour get them on Google Maps, and they're very pleased about that. That's a couple of small examples, anyhow.
Those are great. I love them. Thank you so much. It's great to hear the success stories, right? And then just my final comment was, I know it's great to see the increase of presence online from MACD and the support local social media campaign. Just wondering if there is maybe a hard copy complement for that maybe put similar adverts in the advertiser or Snapped, etc., for folks who don't go online much.
Yeah, I'm working with corporate communications who have been a great support to us. We will be including information on the Inside Ajax pages
Great. Yep.
Advertiser and using other opportunities like the electronic signs and other vehicles to try and get it out beyond social media as well.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Khan, you're back.
You're muted, Ash.
You're muted. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. I apologize. I lost internet connection. First time I've ever happened. But I just want to echo a lot of the comments my colleagues made. Acting Manager Don Terry. I thoroughly enjoyed reading your report, and I actually read it like word for word, and I enjoyed it. And I want to I just want to
That's good.
talk about Up Next Ajax. Regional Councillor Crawford, she gives me props for that. She's the one pushing me all the time to get that going. And Don, you and I were the pioneers for that program. We were the first to mentor youth. Now, what I did notice in your report, you said from ages 18 to 29. Have we increased that range? Wasn't it? I don't know, but it sounds a bit elder, so to speak, than what we were originally nurturing.
I don't. To be perfectly honest, I don't know if that's a change from the early days. I know that the program left Ajax for a year, so I will go back and investigate that and respond to you offline and anyone else who's interested as well.
Well, great. No, thank you. But I just thought maybe it was because you did mention also that a lot of students, a lot of young adults were not going back to pursue their education after COVID. And maybe this is why it leaves that gap a bit open. And I thought it was a great idea. Just one other thing, Don. I know you're focusing on going virtually with this Up Next, and it's in October. Are you making any plans whatsoever, just in case we can have a one-on-one with them, in case that opens up again? Are you putting anything in your back pocket just in case that we can do a one-on-one with them as well, since you're just in the planning stages?
Yeah, we Councillor Khan, we did look at that, and we felt that it was really just too resource intensive to try and do a parallel development at this point. So I think we will stick with the virtual. And one of the advantages of the virtual is that there is the real possibility as we develop this that we'll be able to intake more youth because we're not confined by four walls.
Yes. But one of the most enjoyable part of that program was when we get to take these 10 young adults out and show them the real world physically. And I was just wondering if that was something but I totally understand what you're saying.
Yeah, what I can add is that one of the good discussions that we have had early on is about the very real need for mentoring, and for mentoring beyond this, whether this is a 1 week or 2 week or 3 week program. How we have some ideas on how we can continue mentoring beyond the initial part of this program, and we think that's a really important aspect of it. And so having that capability to get together in person, maybe we'll be able to do that beyond the initial program.
thank you, Acting Manager Terry. Again, I want to echo my colleagues. I am also very impressed with the work you've done so far. Thank you once again.
Thank you. You guys are very kind.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. You're muted, Sterling.
Unmuted my mic, not the computer. I just wanted to echo some of the, thank you, Chair. I wanted to echo some of the comments Councillor Tyler Moore was making in regards to participation in some of our online ventures. And now, we're doing CyberX, which, coming from a tech background, great. But what is our return on investment for this? So it's like, while you were speaking, I went to the CyberX website, looked up the event, and we're not even in like the top 12 sponsors. So we're not really getting, we're a sponsor, it's great, but we're not getting like the most visibility. So I'm just wondering from your point of view, because it can't, there has to be a cost associated, obviously, with firing up St. Francis Center, making sure all the infrastructure is in place for internet speeds and electricity and backups. That I'm just wondering, like, what is our ROI on an event like CyberX?
Well, we will be having we're having meetings this week with the Cyber Exchange folks to determine exactly what our profile and partnership exposure looks like. It's very early days, unfortunately. I don't know. I shouldn't say unfortunately, but it's a little bit of a coming together very last minute on this initiative. But I do expect that we will get full return on investment from this this program.
And then in terms of like costs,
say one of the things that we want to ensure that we do is follow up and follow through after the event as well, to try and ensure that we get that return on investment afterwards as well.
and I think that's where I was going to, is like ultimately after CyberX, there'll be some sort of presentation to council as to the efficacy of whether this is something we should do every year, every quarter, or maybe this space we shouldn't be playing in because we're not really seeing bang for our buck. So that was it. I'll echo council as well. You're doing a great job, Mr. Terry, and we appreciate you stepping in for us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dias.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I guess, discuss how you have really introduced tourism into this plan, which is really nice to see. And particularly, I know you're doing that through the cycling. And it's interesting, I had an update from Northern Cycle recently that they said they have been run off their feet since March. They basically have no more stock left. It's trickling in now. And that I had to laugh when I read the line that said the entire world suddenly wants to ride a bike. And I thought, well, how true of that? The entire world has been thrust outdoors really very quickly. So we're seeing an increase in people doing all kinds of outdoor activity. So while we want to be a destination point, we can also be a point on the way to a destination. And I think some of that tourism should happen through really promoting those spots that people might like to visit as they're going through and they're picking up a coffee or lunch. You know, is it an artist studio? Is it a used bookstore? Like whatever takes your fancy kind of thing. And I think that resonates. I had the privilege to be up in Brighton this week camping. And I did notice a huge increase in the number of people doing that. I've never seen so many new trailers and tents, but also in the number of people visiting the parks during the day. They were basically had to close the day visits at about 11:30 in the morning. There were so many people. And we're experiencing that here as well, and that's normal. And I think they encouraged it, which was great. They have all kinds, there's hiking. People are doing much more hiking, much more cycling, walking, all those kinds of things, which is great. And they're going to explore Ontario, basically. They can't travel, you know, anywhere outside the country. So I think really is the time now to promote all of our businesses as much as we can with respect from a tourism perspective. So I really thank you for, you know, pushing that, and the bike friendly, you know, businesses will really help with those tours. And I think we spoke previously too about possible heritage tours. Are you still considering that?
We are, as I said, we've got a lot on our plate.
Yeah.
So we're not putting tourism at the top of the heap, but it's something that we definitely want to continue to move forward. and look for opportunities to do that, and work with other departments and other organizations wherever we can to make sure we do that, because we do think there are opportunities, and even just for travel within Ajaxians traveling within Ajax,
Yeah.
there's opportunities for us to raise more awareness of what's available to them here. And also, you know, there's tourism that we sometimes don't recognize. So sport tourism really brings a lot of financial boost to our community at times. When the Ajax Minor Hockey Association is running a hockey tournament on a weekend of 100 teams, that's tourism, because they spend a lot of money in our hotels, motels, our restaurants, our gas stations, our stores. And so we want to also work with those organizations to try and help make sure that we get the best return on investment on those types of activities as well.
I agree, but I think there's a comfort level for people as they're out and about and experiencing the different phasing and coming out of the different regulations. It takes a little bit of time, but what I'm seeing is, you know, families are doing more together, and they're doing day trips, and maybe, you know, a couple of days here, a couple of days there. So I think there's a real potential in many ways, while the weather's nice anyway. But appreciate what you've done. Thank
Well,
you.
thank you. I was just going to say, there's funny things that on the weekend I noticed a lot of people as I was going around Ajax, a lot of small groups of people walking around looking at their phones. And one of you might know, I don't know if it's still a Pokemon game.
It
or
is.
it is. And so I thought, well, geez, maybe we should be identifying where all those sites are that they're going, and then you know, making sure that those people know that our restaurants and shops are open in those areas as well. So those are the kinds of things that we'll seize opportunities where we find them, and do everything we can, because we really do value our businesses, and we need them to be successful.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that exhausts my list. I have a couple for you, Don. Most things have been talked about. I just wanted to congratulate you on the amazing Ajax Rotary Rib Fest that took place on the weekend, 2 weekends ago, sorry. And I remember when you and I had that first meeting with the region, and it was a hard no. That was not happening under any circumstances. And I know through all your hard work and perseverance, you were able to make that happen. And that benefits a lot of local charities in our community. That 20,000 that Rotary raised will go a long way. So thank you for your work on that. I want to speak about the cycling initiatives. I'm wondering, what do we have to do to achieve Ajax friendly level or cycling friendly level gold? Because a lot of those things you're talking about, I think, are part of the next step. And if we're going to do those, why don't we look at getting that designation as well?
Yeah. So, sorry, just repeat that last part for me.
Well, we're already bicycle friendly level silver.
Right.
And, a lot of the things you're doing, I think, proposing in the plan are going to help us on the way to gold. I'm wondering what else do we need to do? Have you looked into that at all, or is that part of the long-term plan?
You know what, that's a good suggestion. I've not looked at that yet. I'm not sure. And Nadia has been managing this. She may have, but I will go back and ask her those questions, and we'll find out what we need to do to get from the silver to the gold level.
Okay. And just one of the other things that I know you and I have talked about before, and that's different lane closures to allow non-motorized, whether it's pedestrian, cycling, whichever, to access, just closing some streets. Have we made any progress on that? Is there any talk of us doing any of that this year?
If I could, I would defer that question to Jeff, because I know he's been doing some work around that.
Okay.
Are you still on, Jeff?
Yeah, sure. To the mayor on his question regarding the open streets. I believe we sent a kind of an update email to council. I was thinking it was near the end of May, beginning of June, with regards to kind of our open streets hashtag TOA Ajax Adventure, we're opening up or looking at promoting areas in North Ajax that have access to the Carruthers Trail, Duffins Trail, Millers Creek Trail, accessing our park spaces, looking at Pickering Village for more like a self-guided type of video type of tour. And we're now focusing on the last piece of that, which is creating some bike loops using our existing infrastructure. We did explore closing streets and creating just pedestrian only or cycle only avenues within the town. However, in order to roll this project out in a relatively quick time, there are a lot of hurdles with that with regards to emergency services, rerouting transit, altering stops, plus just the cost of the infrastructure that would be needed in order to ensure that people were safe using that infrastructure. So it's not as easy as just throwing up a few pylons along the road. We've got to make sure we have the proper barriers. Definitely that's something that we want to do in the future, and it's something that we definitely can look at going forward. But we really wanted to roll out these initiatives with the infrastructure that we have in place. And I think using our trail systems, our bike paths, the network that we have, as well as, most of that infrastructure leads to a lot of the great amenities that we have to offer within the town, whether it's the green spaces, shopping areas, schools, etc. One initiative that's come out of that is we've actually got an agreement with the public and Catholic school boards for alternate parking areas in the south end of Ajax to relieve some of our on-street parking, but also to allow for people to have better access to the waterfront and other amenities. So these are initiatives that we're working on as we acknowledge the fact that more people have been forced to the outside and riding their bikes and spending more times with their families. But closing streets, definitely something on our radar and something that we definitely can look at going forward in years to come.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Mr. Romanowski. Just finally, I just wanted to make a comment to Councillor Lee's question about return on investment. During COVID, of course, St. Francis Center was closed, so we weren't receiving any revenue for that. This is a much more, I guess I'll call it extravagant. It's a much bigger thing than I think we've ever done with this group before and required a fairly significant amount of setup. I understand the potential concern. I mean, if we were turning away other paying permitters to use the space or that, yeah, that could add up and that's lost revenue. But right now, a building that's sitting empty due to COVID, allowing people access to set up for this is not really a loss of revenue because we wouldn't be receiving any revenue from it anyway. I suppose if you added up what the revenue would have been if we charged for the space, yeah, that can add up. But as far as return on investment, I mean, I never expected us to do any of these things for a actual monetary. What this is more about is building those relationships and putting Ajax on the map as leaders in technology. So when people think AI and that type of thing, and they think of our partnerships with Durham College and that, so it's maybe a cost deferral because we would never receiving costs for this place anyway. And I think we're going to have that conversation with them that had we charged you, it would have been this much, whatever that is. I don't know what it is, but I think we have to make that investment to sort of build those inroads into these communities to make things move forward. And that's all part of, I know this council was very interested in technology and we did get the Innovators Award and some other. So, I mean, it is something we kind of have to do to move this forward. I think there will be a time when, yeah, we will see some very real returns from this investment. I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you, Don, for all you do. Appreciate it and keep up the good work. Oh, I did see Councillor Crawford's hand go up once more.
Sorry, thank you for letting me back in. I just wanted to kind of circle back on the biking. I wanted to say to Jeff and to Don that Army is doing an amazing job with her little cycle blurbs on safety and where to go and direction and all that stuff. So she's doing, I thought, a really good job on her little segments. But also, I realize closing streets might be difficult. What would be really great is if we could have protected bike lanes. So anybody who's been on the road, yes, you're on a bike lane, but it would be great even to put bollards along the bike lane, just as a way of more of a protection when people are on the bikes. If closing streets are not possible, perhaps we can make people feel a little bit more safer on the bike lanes by making it feel a little bit more protected. Anyway, I know that's kind of off topic. I appreciate you letting me back in.
All right, thank you. I think that's everybody. Thanks for your presentation, John.
Thank you,
Moving
Mayor.
on next, we have, let me get my agenda here. CIP, and I think it's Mr. Sawchuk, but I'm gonna have to go, there it is. Downtown Community Improvement Plan Program Suspension, Part 2. Mr. Sawchuk, Senior Planner, whenever you're ready.
All right, good evening, and thank you everyone for this opportunity. So I'm going to be spending a little bit of time, probably the next few minutes, discussing the suspension of the Downtown Community Improvement Plan programs. So just as a quick background on the CIP, it was first introduced back in 2005. And initially it was really designed to encourage and facilitate appropriate rehabilitation projects within our downtown area. So it provides a mechanism to do this in two ways. First, by offering financial assistance to encourage redevelopment. And second, it allows us as the town to play a direct role in redevelopment. So essentially what the CIP aims to do is really to reward proponents for building the types of developments that we as the town desire. Now, the Downtown CIP really consists of 4 different individual programs, those being the Municipal Acquisition, Investment, and Partnership Program, which is a program only eligible to us as the town and really aims to assist with the acquisition and investment in strategic properties. The second program is the Rehabilitation Grant Program. And what this does is it looks at the taxes paid on a property prior to redevelopment and then the taxes paid after development. And it provides a rebate in the amount of 80% for the next 10 years. The third program is the Planning and Development Fees Grant Program. This is a very straightforward program where we essentially provide rebates on the various planning applications that come in during development. And then the last program is the Development Charge Exemption or Grant Program, where the town typically provides exemptions at the rate of either 50% or 100% of the development charges that are paid to the town. There are also 2 other programs which are closely related to the Downtown CIP, but aren't actually part of the program, those being the Cash in lieu of parking and reduced parkland dedication requirements programs. So last year, there were some concerns raised about the financial impacts of the Downtown CIP. And on December 20th, 2019, Council approved a staff review of the Downtown CIP appropriateness and feasibility, looking specifically at funding criteria, project area, and any other applicable parameters. At the same time, the motion also approved the temporary suspension of 2 of the 4 component programs. So there was no suspension required for the Municipal Property Acquisition, Investment, and Partnership Program because, as I stated, this is a program that only the town is eligible for, so we are fully in control of what happens with that program moving forward. The Rehabilitation Grant Program was suspended, as was the Planning and Development Fees Grant Program. Now, we were unable at that time to suspend the Development Charge Exemption Program because the criteria for that program is actually included right within our DC bylaw. So in order for us to effectively suspend that program, we'd actually have to go into the DC bylaw and proceed with an amendment to remove that information. So as I mentioned, it's really just this one program, the DC exemption program, that remains active to date. And this not only has impacts on our revenues, it also has impacts on our expenditures, because the town is actually required to compensate for any lost revenues where we don't receive money through DCs. And these DCs are quite substantial in terms of their scope. When you look at a high density development in the downtown area, typically you could be looking at anything between about $2 and $12 million per development. So this is, these are serious funds we're discussing here. Now, in terms of the mechanism that we need to put in place moving forward to suspend the DC program, the first thing that we need to do is prepare a DC background study and the amending bylaw. So what this does is this really just informs the public of what we're doing and why we're doing it, and then introduces the actual tool, which is the amending bylaw that will be used to suspend the program. We'd then have to host a public meeting, ensuring that we provide notice to this meeting at least 20 days prior. And then the last step is council consideration, where council considers adopting the amending bylaw and essentially, in effect, suspending the DC exemption program. So the report before you today actually has two separate recommendations. The first is that staff be authorized to begin public consultation to amend the development charges bylaw, which essentially is setting the wheels in motion for us to put that DC exemption program into suspension. The second component is that general updates related to the downtown CIP review be communicated to council by way of a dedicated workshop to be hosted in fall 2020. So we've recognized that there is a lot of information that needs to be conveyed from staff to council. And we think that the best way for us to do this is through more of an interactive opportunity where council members can ask questions. There's quite a lot of information that we're still working through as staff to determine what our existing commitments are. So that will be the first step with these workshops, to sort of report back on where we stand. And then the second component of the workshops will be to discuss what we plan to do moving forward. So that concludes the presentation. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Questions? Councilor Tyler Moore.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just quickly, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Sawchuk. It says the development charge exemption applications, like that's what you want to stop, that are submitted. So you want to end those while staff are conducting the downtown CIP review. Do we know how long the downtown CIP review will take place? Like, when will that be ready? When will the review be done? Is that a year, a month?
Sure. So through the mayor, we plan to have it done within the year. There are, at the outset of this project, I think we thought it might have been a little more straightforward than it actually turns out to be. One of the things that we need to do as part of this review is really get an understanding and a sense of where we want to prioritize development. And it just so happens that we have another study happening concurrently called the CAST, which is the Central Ajax study, that has a very, very similar mandate. So rather than those two projects, moving forward at the same time, essentially working towards the same goal, we really want to build off of what's determined and what's learned through the CAST. So a lot of this review is going to be dependent upon that. So we don't have an exact timeline. And that in itself was really the impetus for us wanting to move forward with this immediate suspension, because we weren't entirely sure exactly how long this review could take. So in the interim, it's really in our best interest to ensure that all of the active programs are put on suspension.
Okay, and a quick follow-up question. So while doing that, do you think that there's any risk of thwarting any new developers that might come in and say, well, there's no opportunity for us to put in for a grant? Just try to see, the balance between what you have to do. But maybe that's a deeper question than you can answer right now. But
Sure. Well, I think it's a fair concern to have, not necessarily knowing exactly how some of the applicants will be affected. These economic tools are obviously things that that are very valuable to developers when they're creating their pro formas. They're using these numbers to determine their bottom line. So I think it could have some impacts on that. But we also need to recognize that the impacts that it has on us as a town, and that's essentially why we started this whole review, is that um, we want to do what we can to promote development through the downtown. That is probably, the area where we want to see some of these high density developments. But we need to weigh out the costs of that. So we can't be doing that to a degree where we're sort of setting ourselves back. We need to ensure that we do what we can to support the development, but we're doing it in a sort of sustainable and responsible manner.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Sorry, I was muted. Any other questions from members of council? Rob, you got one of mine. I just have a couple of other thoughts, Mr. Sawchuk. First, I mean, I agree. When we were first looking at revitalizing the downtown, we needed to add some incentives to sort of get those things going. And the Medallion project, being the largest municipally led project ever in the region of Durham, was the result. So that was, I mean, it's been expensive, but that was the first major step in redeveloping our downtown. And I think money we needed to spend. Going forward, I don't think we're still in that situation. I think now Ajax has become a place that people are looking to come to and develop. And I don't know that we need to add that. But my question is, or add those incentives. But my question is to do with the regional revitalization program, because we still have a significant sewage capacity issue in our downtown. We're not able to achieve or even approve some of the applications we already have due to this constraint. And the regional revitalization program, which could help assist us with the funding of that infrastructure, is only applicable in a CIP area. So we would be essentially forfeiting any access to that if we remove this.
So that's it's a good point. It's something that we've thought very carefully about because, as you mentioned, obviously infrastructure through the downtown is probably the most significant limitation to development that we're facing right now, and recognizing that it's really this case study which involves looking at infrastructure and how we can make investments through the future and where that infrastructure really should be placed. That's going to set out for us where development should happen and where it can happen. So that's why these two projects, the Downtown CIP Review and the case, are very closely linked, and we almost need to piggyback one upon the other.
Okay, but you will be looking at that benefit of the regional revitalization program. I mean, I need to know, I don't want to get in a position where, it's going to cost us $10 million in DC deferral and tax deferrals to get 500,000 in funding from the region. That doesn't make sense. But if it's the other way around, we really need to look at that.
Right. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from members of council? Thank you, Mr. Sawchuk, for your presentation.
Thank you.
Moving on to items of correspondence, we have moved by Councillor Tyler Moran, second by Councillor Khan, that the report dated July 27th, 2020, containing items of correspondence be adopted. I have a number of pulls here. I have Councillor Tyler Moran has pulled item 2, Councillor Khan item 3, Councillor Lee item 4, Councillor Bauer 7, 9, and 11, and I just wanted to speak to 15. Is there any others that I missed? That might be a record. Okay, so that leaves 5, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, and 14. So on items 1, 5, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, and 14, those in favor? Any opposed? Those items are carried. We have item number 2, Councillor Tyler Moore. Go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. This speaks to the letter that Mayor Collier sent to Mr. Grayhurst and Deputy Mayor Kevin Ash and to Regional Chair John Henry. It outlines a strong objection to the requested Minister Zoning Order, or MZO. It speaks to the fact that the headwaters of Carruthers Creek are surrounded by Ontario's Greenbelt and clearly justifies the town of Ajax's concern regarding downstream flooding and the impact associated with the urbanizing of the headwaters area. It points out that the MZO would in effect bypass, as Regional Councillor Lee pointed out earlier in this meeting, it would supersede and bypass the region's Municipal Comprehensive Review, the MCR, which we won't see till July 2022. It would bypass and supersede the Greater Golden Horseshoe Growth Plan. It would bypass and supersede the TRCA's comprehensive Carruthers Creek Watershed Plan that we heard from today. It essentially means that the requested MZO would in effect supersede the minister's own government's initiatives and directions. So the mayor's letter is asking the city of Pickering immediately withdraw the MZO request for the Northeast Pickering and allow the Carruthers Creek watershed plan to be completed. So I think we're all on the same page, never assume, but I would like to move to that council endorses this letter. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Second by Councillor Khan. Anybody else wish to speak to endorsement? I just want to thank you for pulling this, Rob, and we all heard the presentation earlier. I have not heard back from the city of Pickering, but I did receive a letter back from Jeffrey Grayhurst at Dorsey. And in that letter, did address all of the points. And one thing that I was glad to get was a commitment from the developer to do a number of the things that I had asked. And one, well, the things that we heard earlier, depending on what option is chosen through the public consultation, through the Carruthers watershed plan, if the lands are developed, there's a number of things that need to happen in Ajax. One, the EA that we did in 2012 needs to be updated or another EA done. Two, the hydrology assessment study has to be done to figure out exactly what the potential flooding would be. And three, any of these remediation methods that are discovered through the EA and the hydrology study need to be paid for and put in. And none of those should be at the expense of the town of Ajax and our residents. And I did get a commitment from the developer in writing that if this land was to be developed, that those things would be undertaken by them. So that was one good thing that did come out of this letter so far. It's only a couple weeks old so far. We don't know where it's going to go from here, but I thought that was quite an actual respectful way that they dealt with this in committing to making sure that if there was anything, that those would be addressed. Councillor Lee, just saw your hand.
Thank you, Chair. Back to you. Will that letter show up as correspondence next month then?
Yeah.
How does that work?
Yeah,
right?
that item, that will show up, yes.
Okay, just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Councillor Dies?
So that was my question as well. Sorry, my video's gone now. Will you be forwarding that to council to have a look at?
Yeah, I sent it to planning to review and prepare their comments so we could see exactly that everything was covered and what exactly was, because there was a couple of things in my letter that were questioned. So planning has it now, and once we've got that, I will be distributing to council, of course.
Because the issues that you've mentioned here would only be once that draft or that planning process has been initiated through Pickering and into it. The second phase is my understanding, where we start to see the actual site plan and what the development is going to be like before you can even do a hydraulic assessment or an EA in the flood area. So it would already been an approval stage. Is that correct?
That I don't know. And again, this is what I've reached out to planning to put together to make sure that, you know, we have covered our bases here. Because quite honestly, this is not our decision to make. This decision will be made by potentially the province or the region. And we still have to go through the rest of the Carruthers public process as well. But I just wanted to, I've got our comments out there. I hope council will endorse this. And I did feel a little better getting that written commitment addressing the concerns.
Okay, maybe staff can answer that later on, then. Thank you.
Councillor Lee?
Sorry, just as a follow-up, that letter they sent back to you, it wouldn't be legally binding, would it? Like, it's just a letter. Like, there's nothing to say that they couldn't renege on the comments they've made to you after the MZO gets approved.
Yeah, potentially. Potentially. I again, this is why I want to give this to staff to review. I want the comments, and then depending on those comments, we may be looking to provide those to the province as well, to the MMH as well, to be considered as part of the MZO request.
Got it.
We also this Wednesday at Regional Council have a report coming forward that I'm sure it's going to be a very, very long day at Regional Council on Wednesday. So yeah, we're still early in this. Anything further on this? On the recommendation to endorse, those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed, that carries, thank you. Moving on to item number 3, Councillor Khan.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to explain briefly what the David C. Onley report is. As I represent council on the Ajax Accessibility Advisory Committee, and I've been doing this for almost since we've been in office. Marilyn? Oh, okay. Yes. And I will be replaced by Councillor Bauer. I want you to know this is a very, very hard-working group of people. And I just wanted, the reason I want to explain exactly what the Onley report is. The Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act must be reviewed regularly. The Honorable David C. Onley, Ontario's 28th Lieutenant Governor, was appointed to review the Act and conduct public consultations in 2018. This report represents his recommendations to government. Every 3 years, a reviewer is appointed by the government to assess the effectiveness of the Accessibility of Ontarians with Disabilities Act. This review is required by Ontario's accessibility laws and was conducted in 2018 and speaks for the 2.6 million Ontarians with disabilities along with their families and loved ones. Numerous specific actions were recommended and very limited commitment has been given, unfortunately, by the Ontario government. This report from Ajax serves as a reminder to the government that they need to move forward on the recommendations before the new and the next review is conducted. And I would appreciate your support on this. Thank you. Did we lose your worship?
Are you moving to endorse, Councillor Khan?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
I will second that.
Thank you so much, Councillor Lee, Regional Councillor. Did we lose our chair?
I don't know, but I had a question.
Okay.
Well,
Joanne, I think
Councillor
Joanne,
Dice?
you have to come in.
Yeah, Councillor Dice, Regional Councillor Dice, Deputy Mayor Dice.
Okay, I don't have the list in front of me.
I think it's just me.
Okay, go
There
ahead.
he is.
I had to step away for a second, but I didn't see any hands when I left. Councillor Crawford.
I'm happy to endorse this. Not a problem at all. I just was curious. I think every year we get an update on our different facilities and where we are in our accessibility needs. I'm just curious, through you, Your Worship, through to, I guess, Alec? Or,
You're
I
right.
don't know if Sarah's on the phone, or maybe Ash, you can answer this. When is our next update to council?
I don't
Through
know.
you, Mr. Mayor, I can answer that if you like.
Mr. Harris?
Thank you. So the accessibility plan is reviewed in its totality every 4 years. It's a 4-year plan. The current plan covers the years 2019 to 2022. And in the intervening years, we do annual reporting to council on the different initiatives and actions that are undertaken by staff towards the achievement of the plan. And we also do a biannual compliance report to the province, which goes to council as well. The 2019 status report was presented to council at GGC in March. I'm happy to circulate a copy of that back to council if you'd be interested in reviewing it again. The next compliance report is also due in 2021, so you will hear from us in the first part of 2021 with the status update for 2020, and then in the latter part of 2021 with our compliance report for that year.
Oh, it was March, right? A lot of water under the bridge since March. Totally forgot. Yeah, I'm gonna have to have that recirculated because I don't even know where if I can find that. Thank you, Alec. I appreciate it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, anything further on this? We have, sorry, I stepped away for a sec. Councillor Khan, you're moving to approve the request for the
Yeah.
committee to send this?
Endorse and to approve, yes.
Okay, I didn't have a seconder yet.
Me, Chair.
Okay, those in favor? None opposed, that's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 4, Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. This is just in regards to Oshawa's, I guess Toronto's motion to restrict licensing of payday loan establishments. For those of you who aren't aware of these establishments, these, they're quite predatory, and the type of people they prey on usually are women, low income, people with low incomes, or people in communities of color, which can be, a lot of different wards. And I think there should be some restrictions, and we should be encouraging the federal and provincial government to do more to reduce or cap interest rates, and also get more banks in more areas. So I just wanted to just say that it's something that I'm going to look into passing on the Ajax side as well. For those of you who don't know, we have 4 within a 1 kilometer stretch of each other on Highway 2. And we can figure out a grandfathering provision, but I think that's plenty for the town. So I'm actually looking to endorse this, and I would look for a seconder.
Okay, do we have a seconder? I see Councillor Bauer. Any other comments on this? I absolutely agree. I mean, I think the province has come out through some of their COVID-related policies with something that's reduced the interest, but it is still at a crazy amount, especially for those who are, really in a difficult situation, and it is really taking advantage. So, yeah, it is good to see this come forward. I don't know where it is with the province right now, but anything we can do to help these vulnerable part of our community, I think we should do. So, those in favor? None opposed, that's carried. Items 7, 9, and 11, Councillor Bauer, do you want to speak to those together since they're related?
Yes, please, Mayor. Thank you, Chair. I just really wanted to draw attention that of our correspondence list, 3 of them tonight are all related to the conditions of the long-term care facilities in our province and the desperate need for improvement, for investigation, for funding, for a change in model. And I think it's really important. I think these came about because of the deplorable situations and conditions that were exposed during the pandemic. And I'm really glad to see that this spotlight is continuing and that the attention is paid where it should be. And I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I assume you'll move the receipt of these items?
Yes, please, Mayor.
We have a seconder, please. Seconded by I saw Rob first. Councillor Tyler Warren. Those in favor? Those are carried. Thank you. Last but not least was myself, 15, and that is to do with the letter from Lumco. And just no action on this. I just wanted to. I actually moved this at the Lumco meeting, and we have had some action at the federal level, and I understand there is discussion today with the province, and there will be some funds coming. I think the question was today whether the province will be bringing any money, and I think the answer to that, from what I heard today, was no. But that is still in the works. I just want to make sure that everybody was aware that that had gone from LUMCO, which is the 29 mayors representing over 100,000 population. So that's 70% of the province represented. It is a very strong voice, and I think the upper levels of government have listened. So hopefully we will have some help in addressing our deficit that we have right now. So I'll just move that, I guess, and can I have a seconder? Just received for information. Talk to Marilyn first. Those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. That completes items of correspondence. Moving on to summary of advisory committee activities. We have no community affairs and planning reports. We have no general government committee reports. 8.3 summary of advisory committee activities, moved by Councillor Dye, second by Councillor Bauer. There's a summary of advisory committee activities dated July 27th, 2020. As attached to the meeting agenda, be received for information, and the recommendations contained therein be referred to staff where applicable. Any questions or comments on the advisory committee summary? Being none, those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Moving on to departmental reports. Item 8.4.1, 2021 budget and forecast timetable. Moved by Councillor Lee, second by Councillor Khan, that the report on the 2021 budget and forecast timetable be received for information. Any questions or comments on the budget forecast or the timetable? Okay, being none, those in favor? Any opposed? None, that's carried. Moving on to item 8.4.2, 2019 federal gas tax funding annual report, moved by Councillor Tyler Moore and second by Councillor Dyes, that the report 2019 federal gas tax funding annual report be received for information. Questions? Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. To the Acting Director of Finance, just some questions regarding to the gas tax. You and I have had conversations about this where you kind of gave a very comprehensive briefing of the gas tax, but I just want to kind of repeat some of the questions I'd asked. If I'm not mistaken, the gas tax has very specific requirements of how the money can be used. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to Councillor Lee, that is absolutely correct. There are specific categories that are eligible for the federal gas tax funding to be used.
So I noticed, for example, we have a section called local roads and bridges. I know I'm kind of putting you on the spot. Would road calming, for example, would that be eligible for the gas tax, or would that not be one of the eligible ways to spend money on roads and bridges?
Through the mayor to Councillor Ridgely, I'm actually going to defer that to Julie Mepham. She's actually on the call. She is very familiar with all the areas that are eligible.
Hello, through to the mayor. Thanks for your question. The roads and bridges categories would not include such things as traffic calming. The aim of the federal gas tax program is truly aimed at infrastructure. There are a variety of different things such as trails, walkways, paths, those types of things, but traffic calming is unfortunately not one of those, as it has to be something that can be capitalized as a tangible capital asset on our financial statements, and traffic calming most of the time would not qualify for that.
So through the chair to the interim director of finance, based on a priority scale, so capital projects approved, but they may not have fit under gas tax funding, would you say that there is a significant amount of projects that Ajax, for example, would have liked funded through gas tax, but they just weren't eligible. That would have taken precedence over what we ultimately spent our gas tax money on.
To the mayor, to Regional Councilor Lee. So as you're aware, when we develop the capital budget, we do look at all the projects that are submitted by departments. And once we decide which projects are going to be recommended to council for approval, we do look at all the projects that could be funded from federal gas tax, because if we can fund them from federal gas tax and they are eligible, then it relieves the pressure off of the other reserves. And any other projects that come forward that are priority that are not eligible for federal gas tax funding, they would be recommended from a different reserve for council's approval.
Okay, I understand that. So, Chair, would it be appropriate to, I don't know, just because this is a report, not actually a motion, but to amend the report to ask the federal government to relax certain requirements of gas tax funding so that we can ultimately decide as a municipality how to spend the money? Because I suspect, and I may be way off, but I suspect there's a lot of priority projects that we would want money diverted to that they can't be because of gas tax rules. So can I introduce that here now, or do I have to wait?
I don't believe so, but just 1 second, and then I will ask the clerk. I just want to pull up the recommendations from, and I don't know why it's not coming up. 1 second. The recommendation is be received for information. I would suggest that since this is a report, we can't change the wording of a report.
Right.
And if you were to change the recommendation from received to information, I'm not sure if we have to defeat that first and then reintroduce, but I think a motion would be more effective. But I'll ask the clerk just to chime in on that, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Is everybody frozen or just me?
Just you.
The recommendation in the report is to receive for information. It would be in order if Regional Councilor Lee wished to move an amendment to that recommendation, adding an additional provision to it.
Okay. So I would, sorry,
Go
go ahead. No, I would ask to incorporate that amendment with the wording, and clerk, you can help me out. Just with COVID being, the largest impact on Ajax's capital money, because we're not getting slots money, we're not getting eLexicon money. That maybe for 1 or 2 years there would be the federal government allow some flexibility towards how the municipality spends the gas tax money. Because like I said, I don't think I'm far off in assuming there are key projects that we definitely would rather use money on than, for example, sport or culture, which although are important, may not be the focus right now in a post-COVID society. And I guess I would need a seconder on that.
We have a second.
I'll second. Crawford.
Crawford second. So let's just see what we have here. Motion be amended. So first, the report be received for information, and the federal government be requested to allow flexibility in how municipalities are permitted to allocate gas tax revenue. Just my first thought, Councilor Lee, is would we not want to ask them to review the terms to provide more flexibility?
Wouldn't that implicate, wouldn't that mean then through you that it's like all future gas tax funding, whereas we're just kind of looking for a window with like over the next 2 years, for example, with which we can allocate it as needed?
Okay. I just have a question to Julie for a second on that. I mean, we have a amount of gas tax in our reserves right now, and that is restricted. If the federal government said, "Hey, that's a great idea, let's allow this," I wonder would our funds we already have, would it be applicable? Do we need something to specify, or is this all new gas tax money?
Through to the mayor, I would say that, that we definitely have a number of projects where we could apply additional funding. The question would be whether it would be whether, like, what types of projects would we want that funding to be applied to. This would affect how we report projects, and I'm just thinking forward about this motion being proposed. How AMO would require us to then report on these projects, because there is also a stringent reporting back end to these the use of these funds as well. We would have to take that back and take a look and come up with what priority projects we could potentially use that for, and what that may look like for future budgets.
Okay. Anything further on the amendment? Not seeing any hands. Moved by Councillor Lee, second by Councillor Crawford. Those in favor? I don't see any opposed. Okay, that's carried. On the main motion as amended, any questions on the main motion as amended? Being none, those in favor? Any opposed? I don't see any. That's carried. On item 8.4.3, Economic Development, COVID-19 Recovery and Growth Work Plan, moved by Councillor Bauer, second by Councillor Dyes, that the Economic Development, COVID-19 Recovery and Growth Work Plan be received for information. Any questions or comments on the presentation or on the work plan? Being none, those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. 8.4.4 Downtown Community Improvement Plan Program Suspension Part 2, moved by Councillor Bauer, second by Councillor Khan. The staff be authorized to begin public consultation to amend the DC bylaw 50-2018 as required to temporarily suspend the development charge exemption grant program in the Downtown Community Improvement Plan. And 2, that general updates related to the Downtown Community Improvement Plan review be communicated to council by way of a dedicated workshop or workshops to be hosted in fall of 2020. Questions or comments on the CIP? Being none, those in favor? Any opposed? I don't see any. That's carried. And 8.4.5, comments on proposed amendments 1 to a place to grow growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe ERA posting 19-1680, moved by Councillor Crawford, second by Councillor Dyes. That the report entitled Comments on Proposed Amendment 1 to a Place to Grow growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe be received for information. That 2, that council endorse staff comments on ERO posting 19-1680 included as attachment 1 to this report. And 3, that staff comments on ERO posting 19-1680 and a council resolution endorsing staff comments be sent to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Questions or comments? I have a couple of questions. Mr. Clerk, is Ms. Endes on the call?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Endes is not on the call tonight.
Okay, just
Mayor
let me
Collier, we
pull
do
this
have
up.
John McCulloch on the call.
Okay, good. Just let me find, sorry, please bear with me 1 second. I'm trying to do too many things here. No, that's not it. My questions were to do with the density numbers. And we know that, not here, no, still on it. We know that the city of Pickering brought forward a motion, I think in April, and I believe it was asking the region to reduce the growth targets to 40, I believe. Don't quote me on that, that's just from memory. And we are recommending that 40%, and we are recommending that the province increase Durham Region's intensification targets to 60%, which I absolutely agree with, and designated greenfield density to 60 people per hectare. I've been using 50, our current is 32. So I support that as well as far as density. But can you just speak to, I think right now we're at 50 and Pickering had asked for it to be dropped to 40. Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to you, Mr. Mayor. There was an amendment made when the Growth Plan 2019 was passed, and that was to adjust some of the intensification numbers. So currently, you're correct that the town has an intensification rate of 52%. However, as a region as a whole, we have an intensification rate of 40%. So we have a higher intensification to make up for some of those other smaller municipalities. So the Growth Plan 2017 had proposed to increase the intensification rate to 50% by 2031, or to 2031 through the current MCR, and then after 2031, it would have increased to 60%. And that was subsequently reduced through Growth Plan, the Growth Plan 2019. So what we're recommending here is just a return to those Growth Plan numbers from 2017, that they be re-implemented.
Are these, thank you for that. Are these recommendations that we have you seen any of the recommendations from the region or anybody else? Like, are we in line with other municipalities here?
To you, Mr. Mayor, this is just, most municipalities have not been commenting on the intensification and density targets. They've been focusing on some of the other amendments. This amendment currently is not proposing to amend the intensification targets, but as we are going towards, or as the province proposes to move to a longer time horizon, these intensification and density targets become important. So based on what the current proposal is, we think that it's an important comment to make.
What difference, thank you for that. What difference does this mean when like we're not currently a growth, what's the term they use? Zone, hub?
Urban growth center.
Growth center. When they're allocating numbers, how does this affect having a lower percentage? My understanding is having a lower density target like the other municipalities request of 40% would allow developments like Seton, for instance, to have a lot lower development, which would mean it would be grown out a lot quicker, which could be used to accelerate release of other lands. Is that accurate?
To you, Mr. Mayor, that is accurate. So with a lower intensification target, rather than directing growth to our current built up area, it would instead have to allocate some of this growth to those either existing greenfield areas or new urban boundary expansions. So you're correct. Having a higher intensification rate will start pulling some of that growth into the built boundary, which would benefit Ajax in the long term.
Which would benefit or would not?
We would, if with a higher intensification rate, Ajax would see more of that growth in our built up area.
That's what I'm getting at. Having a lower, basically as well, since we are, such a much smaller, bigger population, much smaller size land mass, we already have a much higher density. We already are higher than the 40%. Is that correct?
Gee, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Okay. So it would, going forward, again, what would be the direct, if this stayed like this and went forward, what would be the direct impact to Ajax, specifically, even the development application we have so far in our downtown and allocation of resources from the region as far as things like sewage capacity monies?
To you, Mr.
If we don't have the higher density number, that's going to not prevent, but make it more difficult for us to move forward some of those files, is it not?
To you, Mr. Mayor, it would just indicate that our growth numbers that get potentially are allocated to us from the region would potentially be lower. And as they are building those capital work plans in the future, a lot of those capital work plans are based on the allocated growth. So if we have lower numbers, we may not see that some of that infrastructure come constructed within these areas.
Okay. Moving down to the next, the growth forecast, I couldn't get my head around the scenarios. The municipalities would be required to use the last paragraph, page 91. Municipalities would be required to use the growth scenario that will ultimately be adopted into the growth plan for their current MCR, or use a higher forecast if it is justified to the exercise. Still required. Can you explain that to me? So I read it about 4 times, and it's not sinking in.
To you, Mr. Mayor. So what the province has proposed in this situation is they've put forth some different scenarios. They hired a consultant, Hempson Consulting, who does a lot of the DC work throughout. They do a lot of this type of work. And they hired Hempson to look at what the potential growth scenarios would be across the region or across the GTA within the Greater Golden Horseshoe. What they're proposing is there's two situations. Table 1 shows that the province has proposed to maintain the current population employment projections in 2031 and 2041 for both population and employment. But in 2051, they're proposing to use Hempson's numbers. Now, the town agrees with using Hempson's numbers because they are much more accurate. However, what this results in a situation where Durham, for example, would see periods of very high growth, and then after 2041, that growth would really drop off. So staff are recommending that the reference forecast that was identified by Hempson be used in the ultimate growth plan once this amendment is passed, because that will allow municipalities to have a much accurate representation of the growth that we would experience. And a lot of our different long-term plans and strategies are based on these numbers. So they would really help in the long term to have these numbers very accurate.
Okay, just going down to about halfway the next page, we talk about, you talk about to illustrate the order of magnitude, targets 103,000 more people and 42,000 more jobs. And I'm trying, to me, that sounds like a good thing because I think it supports our ask for 60% density. But reading this, it sounds like the report is saying that's not a good thing.
To you, Mr. Mayor, while planning staff agree that encouraging growth in the town is very important, as I mentioned, these numbers are used in the development in a lot of our long-term plans. So for example, these numbers would be used in our development charge background study. And if the growth, if we do not experience some of that growth, as anticipated in the development charge background study, it can have impacts on our long-term capital plan. So that's why we want to see that these numbers be as accurate as possible.
Thank you. That actually, it just clicked in for that explanation. So thank you very much. Appreciate it, Mr. McCullough. Does any other member of council have any further questions on this? Being none, we've moved it and seconded it. Those in favor of the report and the recommendations? Any opposed? Being none, that's carried. Thank you. And 8.4.6, temporary use zoning bylaw for the outdoor patio permissions. Moved by Councillor Tyler Moore and seconded by Councillor Bauer that the town initiated temporary use zoning bylaw to permit the temporary location of licensed and unlicensed accessory outdoor patios, provided when attachment 1 of this report be approved. You better sign it quick because it's already going. So any questions or comments on this? Being none, those in favor? None opposed, carried. That ends departmental reports. Is there a regional council report? I recall, you know, it's funny, I recall a very, very long meeting, but for life of me, if I don't look at the agenda, I can't remember what it was discussed. Councillor Crawford.
Part of that long meeting was my fault. I had introduced a motion for the body worn camera committee to be reinstated, and I think that took a grand total of 3 hours. But it did pass. It's in our correspondence. That's all I know. That's all I remember from the entire meeting.
Yeah, that was, but that was well done. Is there anything else to add as far as regional council? It was very, very long, but a lot of that was talking. But okay, moved by Councillor Khan, second by Councillor Crawford, that the regional council reports of July 27, 2020 be received for information. Those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. At this point, I have to turn business arising from notice of motion. The first one is mine, so I'm going to turn the chair over to Councillor Dyes. We have a motion regarding the Graf Spey street naming, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bauer. I'll just read it quickly. Whereas Council of the Town of Ajax has adopted a policy to name its streets after personnel serving on the HMS Ajax during the Battle of the River Plate, and from other sources where council deems appropriate. And whereas the town has also named streets after ships engaged in the Battle of the River Plate, including the Graf Spey, the German ship that was scuttled during the battle. And whereas council has received concerns from residents regarding the naming of Graf Spey Lane and therefore deems it expedient to consider renaming the street. Now therefore be it resolved that council directs staff to initiate the process to rename the street currently known as, sorry, somebody's got a close their mic. I think the TV came on or something. Now therefore, thank you. Now therefore be it resolved that council directs staff to initiate the process to rename the street currently known as Graf Spey Lane, and that as per the street naming policy, council hereby directs the Director of Planning and Development Services to hold an open house for the affected residents of Graf Spey Lane and to report back to council with the results of the open house and a recommended course of action to rename the street, and that staff inform and consult with the Heritage Advisory Committee on the renaming of Graf Spey Lane. And I will just speak to it very briefly. I was quite surprised when I drove by and saw this, and I certainly understand the significance and what was behind it, but I did not realize the process. This came from an in-camera meeting that happened in, I think, 2017 that I was not in attendance at, and it came as a result of a recommendation from the Heritage Advisory Committee. And kind of just happened. There's a number of reasons why I'm bringing this motion forward, and thank you, Councilor Bauer, for seconding it. One of the main ones is to do also with the location. This street is located right next door to the same church that also houses the local synagogue. And I can't think of a poorer location, but just our street naming policy is, to me, very sacred. And the fact that we haven't exhausted the list of the sailors on the HMS Ajax and other ships and putting this in its place is, I think, not what we should be doing at this time. And quite honestly, I've never, in my 17 years here, seen any sort of outcry like I've got from this on a street name. And that was, again, when we did Langsdorff. Langsdorff, I did support because we, well, just returning from the 80th anniversary of the Battle of River Plate in December, certainly learned an incredible amount about the history and the honorable nature of Hans Langsdorff and his actions throughout the Battle of the River Plate, saving the 2,000 members of his crew, as well as countless Allied forces' lives as well, doing the honorable thing. And the same with the 9 ships that were sunk pre-battle. And again, giving care to all the crew and not and preserving life. So I get that, but this, I think, has crossed the line a little bit. So we're going to reach out, hopefully, with your support, and I'll turn it over back to the chair. Thank you.
Councillor Lee, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're muted, Sterling.
I was actually saying, why don't you go first, Lisa? You're the seconder on the motion.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mayor Collier, for introducing this motion. I'm happy to second it. I also received many emails, phone calls, messages about the naming of that street right beside St. Paul's, which does act as a home for the synagogue. I think it's inappropriate to name a street or anything else, really, in my opinion, after a Nazi German warship, which is what the role the Graf Spey played during the Battle of the River Plate. I think I also agree with the mayor, the comments regarding street naming policy. I just quickly looked through the veterans on those ships. There's my list here, and there's dozens of names of ship members who have not been, their names have not been used yet in our town according to our policy for street naming. So I also agree that if that we should exhaust that list as well. And I also feel that maybe it's time to have a look at that policy, review the street naming policy, and um, see what kind of updates possibly could be needed if we expand it to include other influential members of Ajax, or we just update it. I believe it's like it's been quite a number of years since it was looked at. So yes, I would like your support on this. Thank you.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. So actually, Chair Dyes and I have had a few debates on this and the name of Langsdorff as well. And you know what? I'm a newer counselor. I fully understand the history of the town of Ajax and honoring the history, and I think we've done a phenomenal job of that. But I also think we should change the name of Langsdorff. And I know that's not what we're talking about here, but the bottom line is Graf and Langsdorff, this was a Nazi ship captained by a Nazi. And I understand that in some circles, what Langsdorff did on the Graf spree was considered honorable. I can't fathom why we are taking that line, especially now when if he killed just one Allied soldier, can you imagine being the family of that Allied soldier saying that, oh, we still named the street after this ship and this officer like that? I don't get it. And it's going to take a lot to really convince me. I still think Langsdorff should be changed as well, but I think this is a very good first step. And then I think ultimately the town should also look into, and that's not in this motion, I hope it's in the next one, changing our naming policy as well. You know, I think Councilor Bauer mentioned it. There's tons of Indigenous and First Nations people of the Mississauga of Scugog's that I'm sure we could do our research and start honoring that history, which precedes World War II. I'm not diminishing anything that Ajax has done so far. I get our history is very much tied to Camp X and, you know, the bomb girls, but I also think there's a chance now more than ever with the climate that it is now to change the way we do things. And we can also honor various forms of history, not just World War II. So that's my thing. I think we have to change the name from Graf Spee to anything else. We have a list of soldiers or sailor names, but I think the wider discussion that we're not having, that we should have soon, is our naming policy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tyler Moran, did you have your hand up?
I didn't, but I was debating whether I should speak. I mean, if you just look into this, even an inch, or I should say a centimeter deep, you can see that, you know, the first thing you see is a Nazi flag. And then you look into it a little bit deeper, and it says the warship sank 9 vessels. You know, Admiral Graf Spee inflicted heavy damage on the British ships. And like you say, if you just take one soldier. So as much as this is a no-brainer, I understand, you know, the respect behind it. And there was a process to arrive at it. But yeah, I for me, it's extremely simple. It was commanded by a Nazi ship, or Nazi commander and a Nazi ship, and so yeah, I agree. And we probably have to look at a wider umbrella at some point, probably sooner than later. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments?
Just record a vote, please, Chair.
Sure. I just have a couple comments, if you don't mind. So you're right, Councillor Lee and I have had some discussions on this, and I look at it somewhat differently in that I was, I guess, there when we started looking at the naming of this street as Graf Spee. So it's not something we picked out of a hat. It's something that was spoken about at the Legion, as was Langsdorff. My understanding was there were conversations and interested that prompted this to come to the table for discussion. So, and I've read more and more in different documents on this that, you know, without the Graf Spee, there wouldn't have been a town of Ajax. So yeah, it's about World War II because that's how Ajax started, as a munitions factory here, and one of the largest in the Allied forces. So people are quite surprised actually when you start to talk to them about the history. So part of that was after the war was over and the employees wanted to stay here, they actually had a contest for the name of the town. And this was the name that was chosen because it was the first successful naval battle of World War II, which gave the Allies a lot of hope to keep going forward throughout the war effort. Yeah, Graf's Bay was the enemy. We were the victors. They were the enemy. But again, the Battle of the River Plate was with 4 battleships. 3 were the Allied forces. The 4th one was the German battleship. And I think which prompted this was Langsdorff to some extent, because we, through the naming of that street, got a better understanding of the man that he was as a merchant, as the I guess he was in charge of the merchant sailing ships that he overseas back and forth, and he sunk quite a number of the Allied ships doing that. But whenever he took any men aboard, he did not harm them anyway, and he took them to Montevideo, and they were looked after. So he was not seen as a Nazi, and I've read that over and over again, and all the research that our archivist has been able to provide for me, which I really appreciated. And he was much respected, not just by the British Association, the New Zealand one, Australian one as well, that we have. We've been quite close with over the years, and the Legion was very much appreciative of that as well. The decision didn't come easily. It was about having a discussion about history. And if there's one thing I've learned through the Black Lives Matter and the other issues we've faced lately, is that we don't paint every room with the same broad brush, because it's just not true. It's not always true. So we build things, on stereotypes and misinformation that paint people a certain way, and that is not right. So this went around many countries about this little town of Ajax and how we stepped beyond that comfort zone to tell the real story of the history of how the town started and the history of the Graf's Bay and their captain, Langsdorff. The other thing I've learned too, and I've spoken to some people, and I understand the concerns and what the Germans did, what the Nazis did to the Jewish community should never be forgotten and cannot be forgotten. And it really is up to us to make sure that history is not lost. By removing all bad history that we don't like and don't want to think about, it means that generations, coming generations are not going to know about it because there's nothing to talk about. Having that name there gives us that story and that discussion, and it's a starting point. But I really think right now, of course, we still have generations that remember the war. Our great-grandfathers, grandfathers fought in that war. When they're gone and the next generation is gone, then there are no more stories to tell. So who's going to tell the story of the history of the town? So that was part of why we did this as a council, to make sure that it's there for the future, because you don't want it to repeat itself. It was a horrible, horrible thing that the Nazis did, and we don't condone it in any way. But I do believe the last conversation I had with a person, the last thing they said was, we can't ever forget the horrific things that they did to the Jewish community. And I think that's the bottom line. And so how do you keep that in the forefront? And that's by being open and honest about what's happened and the things that were wrong. So I can't support the motion. I know it comes from, I know you're coming from a good place. I really think it's very, very important that the history remains history and is well discussed and people learn from it. And I think this helps that. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, we have a recorded vote. I'm sorry, Councillor Bauer. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Dyes. I just would like to comment on some of the things you've said, and just about this feeling that we're trying to erase history by not naming a street Graf's Bay. And I just want to say that I think Town of Ajax does an excellent job talking about our history. We have thousands of the Town of Ajax coffee table book that talks about Graf's Bay and the naming of our streets after the Battle of the River Plate. Right outside Heritage Square at Town Hall, we've got a beautiful plaque, tells the history of the town of Ajax, which also mentions the Graps Bay. You know, we can go on any tour if we request through the archivist at Town Hall, where they've had cadets and you know, visiting schools, or visit all the visitors that come, our guests that we invite, that could come and take a tour, and they get that history, including the history of Graps Bay. So for me, I don't think we're trying to erase it. We certainly want to remember, but I do think there's a difference between remembrance and reverence. And I think naming a street name after a Nazi German warship, to me, I'm never going to forget that, what I've learned about the Graps Bay and about the history of Ajax, but I don't need to revere the ship that was responsible for killing our sailors. So I just wanted to make that. I respect what you have said, and I thank you for your comments. I just wanted to rebut some of the things that you had said. Thank you.
Are there any further comments? Okay, Mr. Clerk, a recorded vote.
Thank you. On the resolution before council, please state your position in favor or opposed. Mayor Collier.
In favor.
Councillor Bauer.
In favor?
Regional Councillor Crawford.
In favor.
Councillor Khan.
In favor.
Regional Councillor Lee.
In favor?
Councillor Tyler Morin.
In favor?
Regional Councillor Dyes.
Opposed?
Okay. That carries. I will resume the chair. Moving on to the next motion, notice of motion, business arising from notice of motion, item 10.2, protection of the headwaters of the Carruthers Creek, moved by Councillor Dyes, second by Councillor Lee. Councillor Dyes, would you like to read your motion, please?
Yes, thank you. So the motion is, whereas on June 29th, 2020, Pickering Council endorsed a motion requesting the Minister Steve Clark enact a ministerial zoning order, or an MZO, to fast track the urbanization of approximately 2,200 hectares of lands, the community known as the Varane in Northeast Pickering, on the headwaters of the Carruthers. And whereas Durham Region is currently undergoing a municipal comprehensive review, which includes a land needs assessment to determine future urban land requirements in the region, which will be completed by July 2022. And whereas Durham Regional Council will receive a report regarding the MZO request for consideration at its July 29th meeting. Whereas the headwaters of the Carruthers watershed is located in the White Belt, and if the requested MZO is approved, it would take away potential settlement area boundary expansions being considered through the MCR in Durham, such as the municipality of Clarington, city of Oshawa, and town of Whitby. And whereas the headwaters of the Carruthers is located in the White Belt, and if the requested MZO, oh, I said that, I'm sorry, it moved up. And whereas the headwaters is as surrounded by protected greenbelt lands, which will require the extension of municipal infrastructure, roads, water, sewers through the greenbelt at a significant life cycle cost to taxpayers. And whereas the draft Toronto and Region Conservation Authority's TRCA, Carruthers Watershed Plan, indicates developing the headwaters will increase natural hazards and flood risk, placing people, properties, and infrastructure at risk of flood downstream in Ajax by 77%. And whereas the approval, I hate that. And whereas the approval of the MZO circumvents the public planning process, eliminating public consultation on this development and public consultation on the Carruthers Watershed Plan. Now therefore be it resolved that the town of Ajax does not support the city of Pickering's ministerial zoning order request to rezone the headwaters of the Carruthers to allow for development, and that the City of Pickering be urged to withdraw its MZO letter to Minister Steve Clark requesting that the headwaters be urbanized by the developer, being Dorsey Development Corporation. That the town continues to support the Carruthers Creek watershed plan process, and that the town continues to support opportunities for comprehensive public consultation, and that this motion be sent to Minister Steve Clark, Rod Phillips, Dorsey Developments, City of Pickering, and Durham Regional Municipalities. So I feel very strongly, the town of Ajax has been working on this for many, many years now. As you heard previously, it took about 5 years to do for the TRCA to do the watershed plan report. It's now out for public review. We haven't been able to do that because of COVID. So we're waiting for the right time that we can have a public meeting on this so we can hear some public comments. Pickering's request, of Dorsey on behalf of Dorsey for the ministerial zoning order circumvents the planning process basically. And if it's approved, the decision will be made without fairness, in my opinion. The process will eliminate all parties, whether developer, the landowner, municipality, or the public. None will have the ability to comment on this plan or on the watershed plan. The developer, will reap the rewards from this. Let's say he's got a vested interest in this. He purchased a piece of land or a large property. It's 4,000 acres is the total property, but we've since found through the letter from the other landowners that there are 147 other landowners, and I think it's 297, I'd have to look at is owned by Dorsey. So he's bought this property, and he's really a land speculator because he knew full well that it was in the White Belt and not going to be developed or even considered for development until the review of the growth plan was done by the province. So he has a vested interest in it. It just jumpstarts everything and it makes things go quicker. So, the approval process will be 3 to 5 years quicker if it's done this way. Advanced servicing and construction will be ahead 7 to 10 years, and the housing supply by 7 years. And really just to put this into perspective, this is a huge piece of land, and what they're recommending is 60,000 homes with 90,000 occupants basically. So there's some issues here with the region, as it says in the motion, is doing their official plan review and a land needs assessment, which is based on population. This is a huge project that comes all at once. They're currently reviewing 60,000 homes across Durham region in the various municipalities, and that's about 10 years supply of housing. So the cost of this, just for the infrastructure alone, water and sewer, to what we call leapfrog through the green belt into those lands, will be huge, and the ongoing costs as well. The land needs assessment is really crucial to the whole process, and we really need to have that information before we go any further. The MZO, again, circumvents that. We won't have that information if this decision is made. With a single swipe of a pen, a signature on a document, it's all gone. And there's no getting it back either. And it's going to fall on the taxpayers to support that. But the flooding has always been the issue in Ajax, protecting our residents. And it was interesting that I'm on the TRCA board as one of my responsibilities here as a regional counselor. And I recently we talked about, Mayor Collier, you spoke to the fact that any kind of development has to have the latest, wastewater management, that kind of thing, to mitigate any kinds of flooding. Now, it depends on how old it is, how new it is, right? So if you've put in something as the development starts on the headwaters and 30 years later, guess what? It's not doing the job due to climate change, due whatever the factors are, then you've got to mitigate more. And we had a report come to TRCA, and I know it's apples and oranges, but it just shocked me when I looked at the mitigation for flooding that they have to do on Black Creek in the West End. And yes, it's a built up creek, it's happened over time, but the bottom line was $57 million. And that's because when they put it early on, when there's only that one development, it works. And then as more is developed and more is developed, which will be once you put in the servicing, which usually happens, then it continues to get worse. So those are about channel widenings and road culverts, a lot of bridges that have to be expanded. It's a big ticket item. But in fairness, I think, overall, we need to protect our watersheds more than anything. We don't put a value on our green space or our watersheds. We don't put a value on trees or any type of green space that we have. Trees clean our air, cleans your drinking water before it goes into the lake. It all has a value. It all plays a role in a healthier community. And protecting that little bit of land from development is very, very, very important. It's prime agricultural land. The majority is prime agricultural land. You cannot replace that. It is farmed now, and it's successfully farmed now. But it's also natural heritage land. So the damage that will be done, at the bottom of this creek will be great, and along and the creek as well. And like I say, we really need to take into consideration the value of our green spaces. I think more and more people appreciate that right now as they're experiencing it more in the outdoors, and they're really appreciating it for what it is. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Councillor Lee is the seconder. Would you like to speak? You're muted.
Yeah, sorry. Councillor Dyes, Regional Councillor Dyes brought up tons of good points. Ecologically, environmentally, a disaster if Pickering gets to just Pickering and Dorset get to just build north of us. But I think my bigger problem with this is very similar to the casino. We would take all, I'm going to call it the garbage, whereas Pickering would get all the benefit. So from the casino, it's Ajax residents that have to deal with congestion and the roads that are going to be a mess, but they get the casino. With Dorset, we're going to have to deal with the flooding and all the other factors that come into this at the mercy of Pickering. Like, why would we be okay with this? And in what crazy world would we be okay with this? I think Mayor Collier's letter to the developer was a fantastic start. I think this motion right here combats Pickering motion, and that we're appealing directly to the minister, saying that uniformly, or I'm assuming uniformly, we're not okay with this, because we're not going to let another municipality dictate whether we flood or not. That is asinine, and I can't. This is a non-starter for us as a town, and it's a line in the sand. And yeah, we can work great with Pickering, but this MZO clearly shows that their priority isn't working with Ajax to find a solution. It's to work with the developer to build out Seton, and that does not benefit Ajax. So I'm looking to the rest of council support and just drawing this line in the sand, saying that we will not, it's going to take an MZO, it's going to take the minister to say that Pickering's needs outweigh the needs of Ajax. And I would call for a recorded vote from the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Dyes and Councillor Lee, for bringing forth this motion. I do support it. I think, what Pickering does upstream impacts Ajax downstream. And I think Mayor Collier, the letter that he wrote that we endorsed earlier this evening was absolutely fantastic. And this adds weight to that letter because it's a formal position of the current council. And I think it's important that we do have this position. And as far as the MZO and bypassing all of the process and procedures, I don't want us to allow Pickering or the developers or the government really to take away the right and the responsibility of the residents of Ajax for the mandatory or obligated public consultation and input period. And we'd lose that if this MZO goes through. So I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Okay, any other member of council wish to comment on the motion? I just will very quickly. This has been a long-standing position, not on the MZO, but on the development of the headwaters of the Carruthers for many years. Ajax has been consistent. We even went so much as to put our money where our mouth is and do our own environmental assessment 8 years ago, just to show exactly what the potential is. And if this happens, it won't be our decision, but it needs to be done right, and we need to speak loudly about it and make our position known, which we have done. And now with this MZO being put into the mix, I think the letter that's been endorsed, and then this now reinforces that. Again, just to raise awareness to the ministers when they're making the decisions, because until these statements are made, until the region sent their letter, until one of the landowners sent a letter, the minister doesn't have that information, right? So this all goes to help raise awareness. And just to point out, the one developer that's named only owns 1,200 of the 4,000 acres. So there's still a lot more land up there. And I think the opponent, the one that wrote the letter, the lawyer opposing, owns about 125 acres. So there's still somewhere in the neighborhood of about 2,675 acres owned by other landowners up there too. So we'll see where this goes. Like I said, I think Wednesday is going to be an incredibly long regional council meeting. I would recommend that everybody come and join and see what all the fun is about, and listen to the delegations and get educated on this very important issue. And I'll be supporting the motion. Councillor Dice? You're muted.
Yeah, you're right. Dorsey owns almost, I think it's almost 1,000 acres of land out of 4,000. And I think that's exactly why as well that it should be unconditional, that we say to the minister and to Pickering that we don't agree with this MZO. So,
where I was going with that was, if one tries it out, I would expect more.
Yeah.
Recorded vote, please, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. On the resolution before council, please state your position in favor or opposed. Regional Councillor Lee.
In favor.
Councillor Bauer.
In favor.
Regional Councillor Crawford.
In favor.
Regional Councillor Dyes.
In favor.
Councillor Khan.
In favor.
Councillor Tyler Morin.
In favor.
Mayor Collier.
In favor. That's carried unanimously. Moving on to our next business arising from notice of motion, item 10.3, traffic calming action for Williamson Drive. Moved by Councillor Khan, second by Councillor Lee. Councillor Khan, would you like to read your motion?
I would love to. And I just want to speak on it a bit first. Over the past few months, I've been...
Read it first and speak on it second.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, the motion, traffic calming action for Williamson Drive West, seconded by Regional Councillor Lee. Whereas town staff completed a traffic calming analysis of Williamson Drive West between Bellinger and Westney in the fall of 2018. And the results show that the road segment was not eligible for traffic calming at that time. And whereas members of council and town staff has received numerous complaints from residents regarding serious traffic issues on Williamson Drive West over the past 2 years. And whereas there was a recent fatal motor vehicle accident at Westney Road and Williamson Drive, and residents continue to call for traffic calming action. Now, therefore, it be resolved that council directs staff to prepare a preliminary design and cost estimate for the installation of 2 asphalt speed humps on Williamson Drive West between Bellinger and Westney Road, and that staff be directed to report back to council at the September GGC with a preliminary design and cost estimate associated with the above installation of the traffic calming measure on Williamson Drive West. That's my motion. May I
Now
speak?
you can do it.
I can speak up. So over the last few months, I've been working diligently on this, and I've had several meetings with the DRPS, with staff, with Regional Councillor Lee and the mayor, and it's all about speeding in that area. And by no means it's just me. All of my colleagues have been dealing with traffic calming measures, and we're getting nowhere with it. The the reports we're getting, we're not qualified for traffic calming measures, so it's about time we had something done. And I'm just pushing, and I hope for your support. We just want to get the costing for these measures to come back to us. And I look forward for your support. And thank you, Regional Councillor Lee, for supporting me on this, and the mayor as well. Thank you.
Okay, I've seen Councillor Crawford's hand, but Councillor Lee as a seconder, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Echoing what Councillor Khan was saying, Williamson, for all intents and purposes, is a major road. Like, I know it's not Salem, I know it's not Rosslyn, but just the amount of speeding that goes on Williamson is crazy. And it's, we recently had a fatal accident right on the corner of Westney and Williamson. So the ask right now isn't for council to approve the speed bumps right now. It's just for us to instruct staff to cost it out. And then as a council, we can decide whether we can do this. Quite frankly, this is very similar to the Millington traffic light, in my opinion, where it's an extraordinary circumstance that caused the ward councillors to go above and beyond the traffic warrant to ensure action is made. So we would love your support on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I just need to understand the process. So I've been harping, and that's a kind word, to poor John Greaves around when the report will be coming back on traffic calming as a whole, because I believe we went through a public consultation through IMO, and I'm very interested in what the results of that were. I've been told that it's September. So I guess my question is, with September being mentioned in this motion, is this motion going to be covered in all of that report, or will this be dealt separately to the report on road calming? I mean, we all have roads, we all have political reasons why we need to do what we have to do. I live right beside one. So I'm just trying to understand the process of where this fits in with the road calming that is coming back in September. So I don't know if Acting Director Romanowski could answer that.
I believe they're going to be separate, but Mr. Romanowski, can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, through the chair to Regional Councillor Crawford, John Grieve is on the line, so he can speak to the update in general if you would like to hear from him.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Whoever can answer the question is fine.
No, just the question is, will they be two separate motions or one motion? Or sorry, reports. One separate report on traffic calming and one separate on this, or will they be combined?
John, can you please answer Councillor Crawford's question with regards to the motions and whether or not they'll be dealt with separately or together?
Yes, I can. So they are separate. This request would be outside of the staff report and presentation of the updated traffic calming warrant. It's actually scheduled for the October GGC meeting, not the September one. So this one would be presented in September. And then the following month, we would have the completed traffic calming warrant update for council consideration.
Okay, well, saying that, then I'd like to make an amendment to this motion to also include Ravenscroft and to speed asphalt humps between Chatfield and Westney Road.
I believe that's already part of the proposed traffic calming. Is that not, Mr. Greaves?
Is the speed bumps part of that?
Through the chair to, through the mayor to Regional Councillor Crawford. No, currently the proposed design for Ravenscroft Road for the additional installation for this year is additional bollards. There are 5 sets out there right now, and the proposed design, which was presented to council in May and has just completed the public process, is to install 4 or 5 additional sets, as well as the 2 speed signs. So Ravenscroft would be all bollards is the final design.
Then I would like this amendment to go hand in hand with Williamson, and a design and cost estimate, as I believe is what's being asked here, or the same for Ravenscroft.
Do we have a seconder? Second by Councillor Tyler Moore, just before we get too far down this, because I can see this spiraling quickly if all councillors start jumping in. This, just speak to it quickly. I'll just take privilege on this as chair. There's always instances where the warrants will not be satisfied, and Councillor Lee picked the best one, which be Millington, which Councillor Crawford, you and I know very, very well. No matter what happens, that location would never have met the warrants. And this on Williamson is another situation where this would never meet the warrants. But common sense needs to kind of override that at some point. Versus Ravenscroft, which I agree needs traffic calming, but has gone through the process and did meet the warrants and has gone through design and funding and implementation. So I just want to caution before we start walking on our priority projects in our neighborhoods, I think we need to, that's why we're going through a revamp of the warrants. And I understand what you're trying to do, and I support it, because that is a troubled area as well. But I just think that area has already gone through the whole thing, and I don't know how just putting a couple of speed humps in there in the middle of everything else that's already been through design would affect that. So I just wanted to ask Mr. Grieve that question quickly about, as this has already been through this whole process and it's a phased 1, 2, and 3 situation, how would that affect that? I guess we're just asking for a report, but can you speak to that, please?
Sure. So, I mean, I would agree with you or your statement, Mayor, in that Ravenscroft has gone through the process, and we've arrived at the final design suggestion. It's been vetted by both yourselves on council and in the public. Staff are in the process of preparing the very tender to complete the design. That was to be sent to purchasing within the next, 5 business days. Any motion that's passed tonight would require us to revamp that tender or to put it on hold. And so I guess from my perspective, Ravenscroft has gone through the process, and we've ended at bollards as the suggestion. And I guess that's my thought.
Just further to that, is there another way that councillors can, I know we're going through the budget process shortly, we just approved the timetable today, and one of the items in that forecast was for councillors to submit their projects by the end of August for consideration in the budget process. I'm wondering if that might be a better way for councillors to get their targeted areas in the queue, so to speak.
Yeah, but what I'm hearing here is that there is no other option for Ravenscroft but bollards. That's what I'm hearing here from road calming. What I read in the report was that bollards did not slow down the traffic on Ravenscroft. That is what I read, and in some cases actually sped it up. So I have a situation, and I'm not discounting Williamson. It's a horrible accident that happened at the corner of not discounting the reasons why things are done. What I'm saying is that on Ravenscroft, right at the corner of Radford and Ravenscroft, an entire garbage thing got spread all through their front yard because a car mounted the sidewalk and could have actually cleaned out somebody as they were walking their dog. So I'm not discounting one bit, but I am saying that perhaps adding 5 bollards onto Ravenscroft is not going to have the desired outcome that everybody thinks it is. And I think that there's a case to have and cost estimate and a design done for that particular area.
Okay. And I'm not trying to what's the word? Minimize anything to do with Ravenscroft by all means. I'm just trying to look at the process. You've moved and you have a seconder, so it's on the floor. I just wanted to, before I could see everybody start jumping in, and this could be a very long motion. I think there's a better way we can do it. Councillor Tyler Moore?
Yeah, and I'll be brief. I just want to thank Councillor Khan for bringing this up, and for Councillor Lee, Regional Councillor Lee, for seconding it, because we know that when you go door to door and you see residents after an election, and everything you ever talk about with a resident is about speed bumps. They all want speed bumps. So when we saw speed bumps maybe coming to Williamson or being considered for Williamson, I thought, great, you have that perspective. But on our side, we're thinking, oh yeah, we have to consider, staff should consider putting speed bumps on Ravenscroft. And I totally understand that this is you get just big can of worms that you can open up. But we look at Ravenscroft or look at Delaney, they look at Williamson. But if staff is considering speed bumps for Williamson, absolutely great. But I would like them to also consider speed bumps for Ravenscroft and maybe Delaney.
Just to be clear, I don't think staff were considering them. That's why we have a resolution, because it just doesn't fit. But Mr. Grieve, during the consultation, during the planning or the design for Ravenscroft, were these speed humps considered?
Yes, through you, or to answer your question, through any design, all traffic calming measures are considered. Within the warrant, we have a list of available measures to us, and based on road characteristics, traffic volumes, traffic speeds, staff make a recommendation. It's then vetted in the public. Revisions are made where necessary, and the ultimate design is constructed. So they absolutely were considered.
Why they weren't part of the recommendations? Is there a reason why?
Staff felt that the bollards, and more specifically the second design that we're trying to install this year, the additional bollards, would achieve the appropriate reductions in speed that we desire as part of any traffic calming installation.
Okay. Well, anyway, I guess it would be part of the report back. Councillor Bauer, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yes, I will talk about Ward 3 roads that certainly could use some speed humps. Thank you very much. So again, we do all have our roads: Clover Ridge, Rangeline, Michaelman and Hickman, Emperor, Pickering Beach, Audley Road. I know through the transportations, through John's many presentations and explanations to me and to all of us, that there's a list for traffic warrant eligibility. And I know that Clover Ridge is on it, Emperor is on it, or that there are measures coming. Like I think I understand that, and maybe you can just confirm that for me, John. Same with Rangeline. So I guess my question is, if I wanted to add an area where there's been a near fatal accident involving 2 children, where they've been fighting for speed humps for years, where there's a school nearby, a parkette nearby, and I've already received calls about near close calls this year, that would be Michaelman and Hickman. But I also know that that is on the list for data collection, possibly extra signage. Everything's coming in the fall. So I just want to confirm that everything I said is accurate, and also that this motion, sort of looking at Williamson and looking at Ravenscroft, none of that will cause delay to any of Ward 3's priority roads and projects. Please and thank you.
Mr. Grieve?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Bauer, you are correct. There is a list of roads that have been tested and have met our traffic calming warrant. So there are 14 roads we currently have that have met the segment or met that warrant. Those are the ones we are working to install as quickly as we can. I guess your second question, would the installation of Williamson delay these? I don't know if I can answer that question. This motion is simply to present a design and a cost. Obviously, we would have to get involved with finance to just understand cost implications. So I can't answer that directly, but I would say that Williamson Drive West, as noted in this motion, has been tested before and it did not meet our criteria. So it is being brought forward for a measure, after being tested similar to those other roads that have been tested that have met criteria.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes and no, or maybe yes and an answer that I was hoping going to be different.
I
Okay,
think the difference is, Councilor Bauer, is you've submitted yours through the proper process. They have met the warrants and they are in the process to report back on, but I think everything was slowed down because our warrants are under review and is coming back in October. Is that accurate, John?
Yes, Mayor, that is a correct statement. The town has not installed traffic calming since 2017. 2018 and 2019 and 2020 projects were delayed for the traffic calming warrant. We did proceed with the replacement of the temporary ones and the finalization of Ravenscroft, but everything else has been put on hold pending the review and council endorsement of the new traffic calming warrant.
And to be fair, I think you did bring that forward, John, and we sent it back for further.
Yes, the 2018 and 19 projects made it to public process.
This council did delay that warrant process for 2 years. Just to be fair to staff, want to make that clear. So if we want to move things forward, sorry, I know Councillor Crawford have you next. If we want to move things forward, this is just the difference. Those are already in the queue and are already being worked on. Where this motion is one that actually has gone through, not met, and is being requested as a concession, I guess. Councillor Crawford, or sorry, Councillor Bauer, were you finished?
Okay, so is there anyone who could estimate? Because I completely agree that our streets that need to have measures taken, we all have them, we all want them, they are all as important as the others. My issue is, as the Ward 3 councillor, if these streets push my streets down the road, either because we are directing staff or because it just bumps us down the process list, then that's what I have an issue with. But I don't think that Mr. Grieve couldn't answer that question, which is understandable because we really can't predict what will happen because this is just an ask for the information at this time.
Yeah, I think I can answer that for you, Lisa. And this again would have to come back to council in September for approval. And even if it was approved, then it would have to go into the budget process. So it's not getting done this year. So if yours is scheduled for this year, it will be done before, because this is not going to be this year. This is just to come back, a report to come back for approval to start going through the process.
Actually, I forgot, thank you, Mayor. I forgot a good reminder of our August 31st deadline for items that we would like prioritized. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Crawford?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just curious as to how we jumped from nothing on road calming to speed humps. My understanding was first measure was bollards. If bollards don't work, then we look at different measures. That was what I understand the progression to be for road calming. Is that changing in this report coming in September? Because we've done bollards, they didn't work. We need something different. I'm sorry, this street didn't meet road calming warrants at the time either. Supposedly the warrants that were out there. So I'm just wondering, how did we jump from nothing on the road to speed humps?
Mr. Green?
The speed humps are the request of Councillor Khan and his motion. This motion is not staff directed. This is a councillor driven motion.
Okay, so this is not about Williamson. Williamson had a very, very horrible accident. I don't know what caused it. Could be speeding, could be alcohol, could be running a red light. I have no idea. But the reality is lives were lost and people were hurt horribly. And it's on our roads, and we have to look after our residents. But I also have to look after our residents in Ward 1. And so I think that if you're going about the costing for 2 speed humps and basically the same distance on Williamson, then I am sticking with my amendment for 2 speed humps and a costing for that for Ravenscroft in that same area.
On the amendment, is there anybody else who wishes to speak to the amendment? Okay, I'll just wrap it up. I don't have a problem with asking for the information, just asking what it would cost. I just want to make sure it's not going to interfere, that's all. But we need to, going forward, I mean, Councillor Dyes, you can remember back in the early 2000s when council's solution for everything was a whole lot of politically pushed four-way stops. They're easy. They're $200. You throw them up, and the residents are great. This is awesome, and it just, you know, but it didn't work, and they didn't solve the problem. And once they're in, it's impossible to take them out. So that's why the warrant system was created, because we were putting up a lot of politically motivated traffic calming that was not effective and creating basically a false sense of security. So that's just my concern, and that's where the traffic warrants came from. So I understand there's always exceptions, and maybe these are both exceptions, but I also understand that we need a policy where we can bring these forward. So I think we, I shouldn't have spoken because I just saw 3 more hands. I want us to try and, rather than try and do motions for all these, I think we need to look at a way that we can bring these forward when they're needed and get them in the system. And if the warrants are too restrictive, maybe we have to look at the warrants again. That's why it was sent back. But I think we need to focus on what's at hand here today, and all the other ones kind of figure out a way to do them. Anyway, who did I see first? I think I saw
I think it was Joanne.
Dyes, Bauer, Khan.
Thank you, Mayor Collier. So you just reminded me, you're right, nothing works. It's historically, it's very, very difficult to fix the traffic problem anywhere. Number one, you know, complaint from residents in all municipalities is about speeders and traffic. So it really is difficult. And I think that's why we need to look at options for traffic calming, because every street is different. And I think the reason that people go automatically to the humps is because that's all they really think of as traffic calming. And there are other options as well. So yeah, I think we need, you know, we'll have a look at that when the report comes back, and hopefully have a conversation about what we can do moving forward, because I don't think that any of us are really happy with this. Thank you.
Councillor Bauer.
Thank you. Another question. The report that Transportation is preparing to come back in the fall to us, will that answer the questions of whether these items can happen? I don't know if that makes sense. Will the report give us more information that we can use to determine that Williamson and Millington need speed humps at that time? Is it better to wait for that information? If that report is going to help us answer all of this discussion we're having.
So through the mayor to Councillor Bauer, with regards to this motion, the report for this motion would be presenting a preliminary design and cost estimate and limited to that. The traffic calming warrant update will be presenting the updated warrant, and will also be giving a projected implementation for all of those 14 projects that remain on our warranted list. So they are separate reports.
Okay, thank you. Can I add my amendment then for Ward 3? If we're doing costing and estimates.
Your worship, there is an amendment on the floor, right? Are we not?
Yep, I'm. So you tell me when I'll add mine, and I'll do it then.
So on Councillor Crawford's amendment, Councillor Khan. I saw your hand up, Ash.
Okay. Yes. Come on. I mentioned before in the starting, I don't discredit all my colleagues have been working very, very hard with traffic calming. And I don't have a long list of streets. Like my street, my biggest challenge is Williamson. Williamson starts from Ravenscroft and ends at Audley. I've only asked to address the short piece between Bellinger and Westney. And I do welcome all my colleagues' amendments, but I don't have a long list of streets that I'm pushing towards staff to address. I have an entire street of Williamson. I'm only choosing a very short piece to have it addressed because we have had a fatality there over the last month. This is the only reason I'm doing this. And yes, I welcome the amendments towards my motion, sure. But again, I don't have a long list, and it's just that little part, and it's because of a fatality. This is why we're bringing this forward. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Anything further on the amendment? So just to Mr. Clerk, I don't see it on the screen, but just to be, I guess it's the amendment, Councillor Crawford, is to add, now therefore be it resolved that council directs staff to prepare a preliminary design and cost estimate for the installation of it's gone.
So it would just be the addition of the same.
There we go.
Sorry?
So he's put it up. So basically the same thing that this motion says about staff review and prepare preliminary costs, and just add in Ravenscroft Road as well.
Yes. Yes.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, to the clerk. Wouldn't this fundamentally change the nature of the motion? Like the motion's even titled traffic calming on Williamson, and now we're adding Ravenscroft and possibly something in Ward 3 as well. Wouldn't that change the way the motion was originally written?
Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think if you wish to consider a point of order with respect to whether the amendment is consistent with the motion, I think that would be something that the chair would need to make a ruling on as to whether it would be in order because of that. You are correct. The whereas clauses speak specifically to Westney Road. Fundamentally, this might be a matter of interpretation, and it might be a matter for the chair to make a ruling.
I think I'm going to ask for that then, only because, again, just the motion itself is pretty clear, and these amendments would not would only make it less clear or not clear at all.
I think I've been pretty clear that I don't like the idea. If I wasn't clear on that, I'll be clear now. I think there's a better way to do this, and I was trying to avoid getting this whole kind of pile on by ward for specifics, especially since some of them are already in the queue and have already been through the process and already have traffic calming installed. But it's named Williamson, but I would have to say I think they're in order because it's still, we're just asking staff to prepare a report. My question more is, does staff have the capacity to prepare all these reports? Mr. Grieve?
I will take that, Mayor Collier. That is a good question. The timing for this information to come back to do the additional work in addition to Williamson and then Ravenscroft and maybe another request that's out there is going to take an additional amount of staff time in order to prepare that, in addition to all the other reports that we have coming forward from a transportation perspective with regards to the traffic calming warrant update, automated speed enforcement, community safety zones, which are a number of high, also council priorities with regards to getting updates. And those updates are going to actually be coming out through to council to prompt the further discussion and reports that staff will be bringing forward in the fall. So yeah, it will put a tremendous amount of pressure on transportation staff in order to get this work done. But I mean, we'll leave that up to council to decide through these discussions this evening.
Let me ask just one other question. This might be to Mr. Wong of Finance, but I think the traffic warrant report is priority. Is there any way we can get that in September instead of October?
The traffic calming warrant report?
Yeah, the warrant report.
That's not going to be possible based on the timelines that we have to report in order to make the September meeting. People are going away on vacation. We need to respect that. We also need to understand that there's still some work that needs to be done on that front to make sure that the report's in good shape in order to bring it back to council to have a fulsome overview as we promised when we reported to council the last time on this matter.
Okay, I was gonna ask if we could get that in September. Perhaps the councilors would consider holding their requests until we've seen that. But I mean, to the point of order, I would rule that I would rule these amendments in order because they are very similar. It's asking staff to prepare reports. It's just, I mean, I don't want to. I know I have staff working on a ton of other stuff right now that Mr. Romanowski just named a few of them. And unmanned speed enforcement is pretty high on the priority list too. But anyway, so go ahead with the amendment, Councillor Crawford.
So to be someone who would like to play nice in the sandbox, and it doesn't appear that I am doing it right now, would it be appropriate to, if I withdrew my amendment and then had this report come back after the warrant, the traffic warrant report was presented in October? So first of all, I'm asking to defer this motion until after the traffic warrant comes forward in October.
I'll second that.
Point of order again. We have an amendment on the floor.
No,
right
I just said, no, what I said was I would withdraw my amendment, right? I said that, and I said if it would be appropriate, then instead of having this motion come in September, have it deferred till after the traffic warrant motion report comes back in October. So then we would deal with this motion in November. If that doesn't, I can't speak to time. I can't speak.
Yeah,
to
you can't do that though, right? You can't.
Okay, hold on.
It can't be based on contingency. Sorry.
Hold on. So, Mr. Grieve, Mr. Romanowski, if this motion was deferred until after the warrants, and we already know this section isn't going to meet the warrant process, but how long would it take if this motion came forward then? Would a report still be able to be prepared for the, say, November council meeting and still be able to make the February budget meeting? Like still be included in the 2021 budget?
Through the mayor to himself, because he's asking the question, or Councillor Crawford raised the point. I mean, planning and development staff could prepare a report for the November or following the update on the traffic calming warrant. With regards to the schedule for meeting the budget timing, I would have to defer that question to the acting director of finance to just remind us of what that schedule is to meeting the timelines for those requirements. But preparing a report and having that information, we could make that happen for the November timeline. That would not be an issue. It'd just be a matter of whether or not it would be in line with the getting the submissions for budget.
Okay. Councillor Crawford, are you okay with that?
So what we're doing now is I'm going to withdraw the amendment.
Well, wait a minute. Only if Councillor Bauer agrees to not throw another amendment in here after, because if she does, then it's kind of mute.
No, I think she seconded the deferral, actually.
Okay, so
Not yet, though,
Not yet.
because there's still an amendment on the floor, which we have to withdraw formally first.
right, so Councillor Crawford, are you going to withdraw your motion?
Yes, I will.
Okay, so we will consider that motion withdrawn. Councillor Bauer, I assume you are not going ahead with your amendment at this time?
You're mute. Yeah, you're in mute.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question which will help me decide, which is about Michaelman and Hickman. And maybe this is just for my own information. Mr. Grieve, I know that you're starting the data collection and all of that discussion and very important work for that area, based also on a near fatality and speeding and craziness over there. So if I did put that forward as an amendment to look at designing costing the speed humps in that area, would you then not continue with the data collection that's currently scheduled to happen? Or can you do them both?
Mr. Grieve?
Through the mayor to Councilor Bauer. No, we would continue the data collection. I would say is necessary. I would any report that we present in September would be absent of all that data, as that data is being collected this fall. So any report in September may be incomplete from a full data analysis perspective. But again, the genesis or the basis of this initial motion was directing staff to do a specific design of a specific measure, not to do a traffic analysis on a segment and then make a recommendation based on that traffic analysis.
Okay, thank you for that reminder and clarification. So no, Councillor Crawford withdrew her amendment. I will also not be making an amendment at this time. Thank you.
So Councillor Crawford, you had a motion to defer.
And yes.
So until we this time and place would be
November?
GDC, or sorry, the October council meeting, because that would be after the GGC.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
Okay, does that work, Mr. Grieve?
Yes, that's fine. And I get
that doesn't affect you. So
yeah, no.
Moved by Councillor Crawford. Is there a seconder?
I second it.
Seconded by Councillor Bauer. Geez, just when I think things are simple, right?
Happy to help.
Okay, no discussion on deferral motion. Those in favor? I see 4. So any opposed? I see 2. That carries. This motion is deferred. For October. That completes the motions. This now brings us to our in-camera session. Authority to hold a closed meeting and related in-camera session, moved by Councillor Tyler Morin, seconded by Councillor Khan. The council convened to a closed session pursuant to section 239, subparagraph 2B of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, to discuss matters pertaining to a personal matter about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiation carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or a local board. That's a mouthful. Those
Mayor, oh,
Councillor Bauer?
I'm sorry, I was going to ask, can we take a very short recess before we move to close?
Mr. Clerk, I've read this, but we haven't taken the vote.
Mr. Mayor, I think it would be advisable to go into closed and then we can take a quick recess once we're in closed.
That was my question. Okay.
Thank you, Alec.
So those in favor of going in camera? Thank you. Now I'll take a motion. I gotta say, Marilyn, I thought you put your bathrobe on when you came back.
It's a
Yeah.
sweater.
This pink fluffy thing. I'm like, did you go put your bathrobe on?
All right, we're back.
My
in
jammies, actually. I'm going right to bed.
Smart girl.
We're back. We're back. We're back.
Okay. We have a motion to ratify actions taken in closed session, moved by Councillor Lee, second by Councillor Bauer, that all directions approved in closed session be ratified. Those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. That's carried. Bylaws, moved by Councillor Tyler Moore, second by Councillor Bauer. The bylaws number 24-2020 to 26-2020 be read a first, second, third time and passed. Those in favor? Any questions on the bylaws? Sorry, none. Those in favor? Carried. Did I miss new business notice? Sorry, I skipped new businesses, notices, and announcements. Is there any new business? Is there any notice of motion? Any
Good
notice
night.
notices or announcements?
All right now.
I will just do one.
Oh, come on.
Tomorrow, I hope everybody got the notification of our meeting at 1 o'clock with the premier coming to town. And
Is it outdoors?
It's outdoors. It's up at it's at Ajax Hospital.
You know where? Like by the Emerge over there? Or
On
the side?
the south side. South side. You were sent a map today.
We were?
Yeah, it looks like the patio or something.
It's
Anyway.
out where the foundation office used to be, outside the trailer there. It's out there.
Oh, yeah, in the parking lot.
And into the parking and
So about long-term care beds.
Helicopter pad over there too.
it's by the helicopter pad. There you go. So that's tomorrow at 1 o'clock. I hope you can all attend. Confirming bylaw, moved by Councillor Bauer, second by Councillor Lee. The bylaw number 28-2020 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of Town of Ajax at a special meeting held on July 27, 2020, be read a first, second, third time and passed. Those in favor? Any opposed? None opposed. Awesome. Finally, moved by Councillor Crawford, second by Councillor Morin, Tyler Morin, that the July 27, 2020 meeting of the Council of the Town of Ajax be adjourned. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Thank you, guys.